Welcome, welcome. Give me a second here. How are all of you tonight? It's on and popping once again. Let's see how this turns out tonight. And thanks for stopping by the way, if you're by way of replay or you by way of live viewership. I appreciate having you around. Uh, so anyway, welcome to the Smoke Show. Sunday Smoke Shows here on BMBBH. And we hope this one turns out good. Thanks for stopping by the way. I'll get to those comments in a moment. But let me type some out real quick so I am just as visual as I am explanatory. Shout out to everyone who made it to another week. I just want to explain the terminology when looking into the title of tonight's show. So, just so we are clear, video's probably going to get demonetized anyway. Yeah. I mean, at least the yellow dollar sign. But I'll do my best to work within the system because this is YouTube and this is not KevTube, you know. Although, all right, diet fuckery. What I mean by that is, and it's not a term I'm trying to coin. I'm just trying to offer some context. Not that I'm afraid of the smoke or anything like that. So I don't want you to think that I want people coming over here and taking it easy on this night. Which I hope some of you out there are gonna understand what I'm about to say. Diet fuckery is just basically this is not a channel I would say that thrives off fuckery, no matter the level of viewership. It's not a channel that thrives off fuckery. People like fuckery; it's entertaining. We all need to admit that to ourselves. But people like the opposite of what we ask for, and as strange and as weird as it is to me, I have to try to open myself up to others' perspectives. As hard as that it may seem to some of you, but I don't know. I don't know about some of y'all out there. So, not that this is what I need to get viewership on my channel, but it is a smoke show. So, and since it's my channel, it gives me freedom to do things in such a way that does not go too far outside the community standards of YouTube. Although that's unfair leverage anyway. But let me not, make black men the victim, as many of you say. I mean, we are in tough times, so let's not pretend. But hey, the ones that have the iron to persevere through that, I commend all you brothers. I think that's a great thing. I really do. I'm not. I'm not the guy that would fancy himself a hater. I would say, but make no mistake with any of you guys. With any of you, make no mistakes. I do see, I do hear what some of you have been saying. Haven't had real time to address it properly because we all have things that go on outside of YouTube. I don't care what the information that you're giving out there is, because this information that some of you guys are taking in. I mean, you have the freedom to do so. I'll say that much for now. You know, got to get warmed up a little bit. But I can promise you this: I'm not gonna ever be the guy that loses his shit based on some dumbassery from an opposing side. I think that's what a lot of people want, so we can smoke. Yeah, we can smoke on this show because that's what it is. That's what it is. But don't think like if don't think your disrespect can't be matched. I'll say that. I'm not the typical guy to do that, and everyone who knows and understands this content knows that I'm not, with the shits too much. I will tell you how I feel, but we what is emotions on a platform like this? And I'm not saying you can't be passionate about the content that you put out there, but I mean, don't y'all think that some of you guys are just a little bit, I don't know, strange? All right, gonna focus on a term tonight. So let me put this up on the screen. All right. This term right here. Emasculate. This is something that personally I think no man in this space should ever have to deal with or would want to deal with. It's a strange concept to me. Let me change this view. Like I thought that would actually look better. The fuck. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. On some bullshit. Sorry guys. Yeah, that's better. Emasculate. First definition: deprive a man of his male role or identity. In his mind, her success emasculated him. I got this definition off Google. Quite frankly, I don't give a fuck what it says. I'm not going to focus on it. I'm just going to focus on context for this one. Number two, make someone or something weaker or less effective. The refusal to allow them to testify effectively emasculated the committee. It's like, wow, it's a very powerful thing. Makes it a very powerful word. I mean, words are words. I'll say that. But how you use those words and who you use those words with, now that's a different story. So I don't know. I was just looking through some screenshots. And preparing for this broadcast right here, and I ran across a couple things. So hope y'all can sit back and enjoy. But remember, keep in mind what is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Yes, there is a language warning here, and what I would try not to do is disrespect anyone. I don't I don't want to come off as a disrespectful type. I don't have to disrespect anyone. I don't have to. I think my presence is disrespectful enough for some people. There's always a few. I learned that years and years ago. So it's not anything I'm surprised about. Like, white racism. I'm not ever surprised about that whenever a white person is racist. Those are the ones that really don't belong in conversations like these. If they want to be spectators and if they want to give input, whatever, cool. I had a few white ones come through here. So what? I said a long time ago, if you had to depend on the support from just black men to build your channel, you wouldn't have any. Not really. Let me backtrack that. You know, like because I don't have anything but black men watching here. Um, but anyway, deprive a man of his male role or okay. Let me get off of that. I ran across a screenshot. Remember, I did a broadcast on this a while back. Shout out to the lovely Tashina Arnold. You may know her from Martin, and everybody hates Chris. Interesting word there. Hate, hates. Well, y'all gonna get tired of hearing this one. Shout out to everyone in the chat. I'll get to you in a few. Honest question: what can we do as Black women in America to stop aiding in the emasculation of Black men in America? Personally, I don't think anyone should have the ability to emasculate you. I don't think so. The only way that could really happen for a man is if he were raised weak. And maybe that's a lot of what we're dealing with around here. People afraid to say things. People that advise you to, hey, black man, why don't you stick to topics there you can talk safe in. I actually had someone say that in some type of way. I don't know. It was something to that effect, but he did use the word safe. And I wasn't rocked like from it. I was just I wasn't surprised by that either, but it's just that what where on any platform for real do you think a black man is safe to really speak freely? As much as channels be getting knocked off around here, it's not. That would be the whole point of me disagreeing with some logic like that, or if you want to call that logic. So I'm not even here to focus on, what black women are doing, or I've just focused on the word emasculation because it was used somewhere else. I mean, I'm not upset. I just want to talk to y'all for real, for real. I'm not angry. I'm not, you know, there's nothing I can do sitting behind a laptop. Nothing. So let's not let's stay calm. Let's all stay calm and talk like men. Talk like men. That's a strange concept to some of you. So I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit. I'm not gonna take all day with this. So I put this post in my community tab. Not many people saw it. Yeah, that was one of those. I mean, I got what a pretty active community tab. I'm pretty satisfied with it. But I guess I'm one of those channels where people don't like to focus on the negativity. I can, I'm already verified that I can be just me and the channel will do just fine. So, this is not something that I'm worried about just because I put it on the screen or something like that. I just want to let people know that, people can see stuff, man. And I mean, if you're shouting from a place where a person can't hear you, then what are you doing for real? You're throwing rocks and hiding your hand and whatever other expression we want to do with that. So I said, oh, who in God's name would ever put out a dumbass idea like this? Chuckles. And then at the bottom of the screenshot right here is black men being brutally sunned. I laugh at shit like this. I mean, no, honestly, I've been through worse. I mean, shit, you get numb to it. So my whole thing is like, who's putting this out in the universe? I've been a grown man for a long time, So I mean, I promise I'll stay calm and be the same old Kev that I've always been. Black men being brutally sunned. All right. Oh God, where did this come from? Yeah. So let's carry on. Let's carry on. So I run across this stream right here. That's the stream it came from a Mr. AM1. Shout out to AM1. Says comparing notes, reaction, the other black manosphere. So I guess there's another black manosphere somewhere. And I mean, that's perfectly fine because that really is up to the whatever the audience wants to go along with at the time. It's no problem. I'm not saying I'm not here to say stuff like, "Oh, you should be a part of us, guy." It's whatever. I mean, but that people would argue that would be done by trying to make a list. That I believe AM1 was on at one time or another. Uh, yeah, but he got 1K views off of this, which is enough people because that pretty much covers the space, or at least the same people who go to every uh broadcast lambasting the black manosphere. So but I guess that reach as far as the scope of this contained space is insane. But I'll get to this. Is not. I'm not stopping right here. It gets better. It gets way better. And shout out to everyone that will attend all these broadcasts, or go see the replay, or be at a live and catch a replay when they can. So shout out to you guys. Your presence definitely counts. I mean, I think so. Some people don't. So I have no problem with critiques. I have none whatsoever. None. I don't. But something in that broadcast was said to give that other person that idea. Let me see if I can find that screenshot. Did I get rid of it? Uh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there it is, right there. There it is, right there. Sorry, y'all got a sneak preview of what's to come. uh, yeah. So during that broadcast, that was said. Which I mean, like I said, where would whoever this particular guy is? I mean, I'm sure all of us can read. Would have gotten an idea to say that during that time. So my question to anybody, and as anybody of importance also, is that who's getting sunned? Who's getting sunned? I see all the little bullshit broadcasts about the black manosphere this, oh, the black manosphere that, oh, the black manosphere this, oh, the black manosphere that. I make other broadcasts, plenty of other broadcasts besides talking about a space or a particular person. This is, I mean, what's going on is that it makes for interesting content. I mean, these are the kind of people that you see in chats all the time. He goes to hell and not expect to be attacked. So I mean, it's whatever. That's how that smoke show with BGS and Pastor and all of them were perceived. Um, you know, is I don't feel. I mean, Omega Dreads is probably the coolest guy up there. I would say, but I mean, outside of that, he's over there with them motherfuckers. So whatever. Uh, but it's all good. It's all good. Really, really, really. I mean, I'm the only one that is expected to handle something like that. I'm not gonna roast or flame anyone. I'm just letting anybody and everybody know that. I mean, I see everything, and people act like when you um say something about it, then all of a sudden it's like everything is like it's like a plane crashing or a train derailment. But it's cool. That's what I'm saying. It's cool. It's cool. So anyway, so it comes to this broadcast right here. Disastrous black manosphere leadership runs destructive experiments on black men. Okay. Um, hmm. I don't know exactly how to perceive this, seeing that logic like that doesn't work on me in particular. I don't know how these guys feel about, it being with them. Do you believe that you're being experimented on? Do you believe that you're a lab rat, or, somebody that's running a little wheel inside a little cage? Or do you feel as if you are a regular free thinking human being that can uh, absorb any of this content that you want? I mean, it's whatever with me. I mean, people sit there and talk about ethics, but if you want to, like, studies are done on people all the time. Are you more okay with the government doing a study on you than you are with someone who doesn't even have an arm's reach? I'm not saying that people should be studied and should be experimented on. I just don't happen to feel that way. That's the only point that I'm making. I mean, I thought that I was just coming up here basically to just give my perspective. That's it. Whether it, I mean, if it does a person any good, who am I to say? And I've repeatedly said this. Who am I to say that that's not the case when they watch this channel? Who am I to say that? But I mean, this is a for me at least. If I want to take somebody down, I'm gonna focus on them. I don't try to create some type of cringe narrative. I understand that you say that you care about black men. I mean, it's just if you care about yourself, then we'll go from there. That's just with me. If you care about yourself, you can't ask any group of people to have some self respect and not have some respect for yourself. I will say that much. So whether you think something is an experiment or you're just watching some fucking content, then shoot, that's pretty much on you. That's our freedom as an American. Something that other people would power established. Maybe from the trains of thought that I'm seeing in this space, maybe for good reason. Shit. So, anyway, it's been about 25 minutes. Oh, yeah, here we go. So, during that broadcast, it was a little snippet, little snippet of shared from the smoke show from a couple weeks back, which, just, like I said, just so happened to have BGS. Um, Rogish was up there at one point. Rael was up there. Pastor was up there. And I see these two comments below the video. So I took a screenshot. We're smart enough, people, if I'm smart enough to take a screen, you know, make a slideshow, I'm smart enough to take a screenshot. So I'm just, I just want some questions answered. And it's this, I mean, once I drop that link, people can come up and say whatever they want to say. But, I'm just going to give my perception of it. If you don't want to come up, that's fine with me too. It's just whatever. Hmm. So I just want to let everybody know. Let me take that brand down in the corner so you can see. I want you to, yeah, see, yeah, show y'all the full screenshot. So I mean, however anyone perceives my content is okay with me. That gets more eyes on my content. So I would like to thank both Truth as I know it and AM1. Well, specifically myself, because I'm the kind of person that does thank people for helping me out and getting me views and subs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't forget people who help me out. I'm not. I don't just say that and then act like shit 3 weeks later. I got what I wanted. Now I'm gone. That's how most of you operate anyway. But hey, man, some of y'all finding a new niche, man. Like I was telling old boy the other day, shit, we are your celebrity. You focus on the black manosphere so much. You guys, not just the people I tagged. Whatever. It's good content. Just like what's about to happen is I'm about to make you guys good content. Shoot, it's like let's all join the party. Let's all celebrate. Yeah, we have found a content strategy. Yeah, we found a content strategy. I'm proud of you guys. Proud of you, all of you. Shoot, and shout out to the the ones that build their audiences without having to do all that bullshit too. I mean, those are the goats right there. Yeah, I'm gonna show you a comment where somebody got called the goat, and this is that was gonna tickle a lot of you fuckers. All right, so just to make sure that we and don't worry, I did this with BGS last week. I mean, if I want to give my comments on a content creator, I can. Everybody does that shit. Everybody does that shit. But when you make little, and this was meant to be passive aggressive, but this was directly associated with my broadcast, so I can say what the fuck I want to say about it, what I'm about to say. I mean, everybody can say what the fuck they want to say. So hey, you know what? That should include me too. That should include me too. Let me give my input and my thoughts. I mean, shit. I don't care if people use my content. I don't. Trust me, I will never strike anyone. You can talk as bad about it as you want. I am not that kind of person. Now, if it gets struck, so when you think about how it got struck down anyway, Kev didn't do it. It was likely YouTube, whatever tactique that you decide to use. But I mean, that's I just don't want people to take things deeply personal because I want to know how all of this started. I want to know. I know how it started between Rael and BGS. I saw that. That was on Art Nostal one night, and AM1 was there. I believe. I think he was there. Yeah. But yeah, it was Rael, BGS. Edward Anderson was there also. That night. That little exchange was pretty weird. But that's I know where that started to escalate. And I mean, they were talked a few times after that. So I don't understand like why it has gotten to this level. But I would like to know where it started with Truth and BGS because I'm just like, damn. And I hear it, and let me be as objective and as clear and as like neutral as possible. I mean, when you see, I see Truth making a lot of videos about BGS and Edward Anderson. It's a lot. I mean, a lot. I mean, I don't know who you're trying to protect somebody from at that point. So anyway, I mean, thanks, but no thanks. I mean, it's YouTube. Here's the one defining thing about being up here. You got to be good at YouTube. All you motherfuckers that are upset because other people are doing good, they treat their YouTube like a business. They treat it like they care about it. So why the fuck are you calling these people grifters? I've called people grifters before, trying to take advantage of people, trying to capture people's limbic system. But I mean, the same thing you motherfuckers are doing. I mean, all the fucking projection. We're supposed to be men. We're supposed to be able to um we're supposed to be able to, talk like grown-ups and hash these things out, not these stupid fucking campaigns. Now, my thing is like this. It's like it seems that we have a lot of people who have big audiences around here who um who are problematic. But you gotta, uh, I guess it's just these little small efforts to try to bring that effort down by you guys by being where you are in these spaces. But but the audience has to decide that shit. That's what I tried to tell all you guys before, and nobody seems to get it. So when you drag me into shit, like seriously, I mean, I've said I'm Black Manosphere. So the fuck what? Who's gonna whoop my ass because of it? I've always said that. It's like, please, like for the love of God. It's like, and I'm not saying don't say anything, but what you're doing is you're opening the door for people to start saying stuff to you, and you can say that, you know people are trying to stop you or silence you or whatever, but you're also trying to use a silencing technique. Everybody who's saying that is trying to use a silencing technique. And personally, I think y'all need to give that shit up. But it's nobody's gonna shut up. So I mean, just deal with it, man. I mean, try to go off your own strength. Validate yourselves for once in your lives, and think magical things could happen, but no, we don't want to give that a chance. I mean, I've had my ills with BGS, whether he knows it or not, but I also understand this. He's older. I'm sorry. I know what I got to face as an older gentleman. I've said this before. So fuck everybody anyway. So I mean, it's no problem. You can say what you want to say. Yeah, you can say what you want to say. But I'll blow that up a little bit. Drink some water. Little parched here. So let me read what AM1 said. People are like, oh, he's so mad. Oh my God. He's in his fifis. Jesus. And then, some idiot be like, you believe in Jesus? Oh, the Bible's fake. And then y'all go in these little circles like y'all do in these chats. AM1 says, wow, the manipulation and sunning and crazy to see, even crassier that grown men tolerate it. But yeah, don't bite the hand that feeds you subs, views, and money. Like, okay. I mean, what? Who exactly is this man talking about? Like, seriously, is that how he feels when he shares people on his community tab? Is that how he feels? He feels that he's feeding them subs, views, and money. How many times I got to get up here and say that for many of us, YouTube ain't our base income. But I'm starting to feel like that I'm saying that because just to appease motherfuckers. I'm starting to think that look, when I say stuff like that, when I say stuff like, well, it's whatever, and I'm not making too much money up here, and blah blah blah. I'm starting to feel like that's like a complete waste of time. I mean, shit, it's YouTube. It's fucking YouTube. Be a YouTuber. If you can make money off of it, make money off of it. I'm starting to understand the concept what a lot of these motherfuckers be talking about. Okay, so truth as I know it. Let's read what he had to say. The public emasculation has to be stopped. Got dudes pretending it never happened, that there's nothing to see. Wow. Who emasculation? Okay, that's the big word right there, because my fragile male ego, as a lot of dumbasses like to say. Emasculation. What? That's what we're doing around here? That's what we're doing around here? For real? Like, brother, like, I respect this guy. I respect this guy. And I don't know what happened between him and BGS, or him and Edward Anderson, or him and whoever he makes videos about time and time again. And I mean, you can make the content that you want to make. But who's getting what's the public what who got emasculated? That's what I was saying last night when you were saying, hey, name names. Okay, truth. I'm good, man. I respect you, brother. You, from what I understand, have done great things in your life, man. But why are you focused on trying to spread some narrative that someone got emasculated? I'm a grown ass man. This is a Wi-Fi connection. This is social media. The fuck out of here with that. I mean, you got it's like when I look at these chats and I look at what's being said, I'm just like, damn, take a fucking chill pill. Jeez. Is that serious? Is that having that much of an impact on your life? Because this is what we're talking about here. We always telling, at least on our side, you were telling you guys, why don't you just touch grass? You guys need to touch grass. You need to get out there. You need to enjoy life. I mean, shoot, I would suggest the same for a lot of you guys because, I mean, with the access that we have as far as cell phones, I can clearly see from my observation, from my personal observation, how much time y'all actually spend thinking about this. I don't spend that much time thinking about it. But it when you bring me in the shit, I have to say something. I don't know if you guys understand the concept of such. I mean, I guess I would say the black manosphere itself, whom I consider the black manosphere at least. I mean, because everything is personal perception, and you God made that okay. I guess the problem I have with the black manosphere is they don't themselves don't understand the concept of being able to respond to such crap because I mean shit for as long as people have been speaking about this in the space in the space like look at this is from a year ago AM1 content chaos black manosphere collapse 1 year ago. He warned us a year ago. He warned us a year ago. It was collapsing, and it's like I'm just like, damn. All I do is turn on my computer. Like know what I don't know what a collapse feels like on a Wi-Fi connection. If anybody out there, especially you guys in the comments, which I haven't looked at one of just yet, y'all let me know what that shit is. Like I'm just painting a picture of how much time these guys been focused. This is going back a year. I mean, I'm sure, like I said, you do any amount of searches and screenshots or whatever. Uh, you can establish that this has been going on for quite some time. He's trying to defend his precious space. What does he need to do that for? Why can't we have our opinion? I mean, why are you giving me stuff that I can say too? He hasn't attacked BGS. He hasn't done that. I did a whole little monologue on BGS last week, and I didn't disrespect them. I mean, of course, that's what y'all want. Y'all want me to disrespect an old man. I mean, like an elder, an elder. That's the proper terminology, elder. Yeah, well, I ain't fair now. You're trying to protect the old man, bro. I'm bigger than that, bro. I'm bigger than all of that shit, man. I don't need to do this shit. I can just easily go back to doing whatever content and just be satisfied and happy with that shit. Things that are easy to say and just move on. But damn, don't be sit up here talking about somebody got emasculated, man. Y'all need to kill that shit immediately. Give a fuck about you. They're teaching these young men about the lack of manhood. I mean, you can't seriously preach that when you're on a messy females channel that is using you as a proxy to quote fingers attack the space. I mean, you can be any, you can watch anybody you want. I'm not saying oh you see because y'all gonna try to twist up everything. Oh, you can't say that. We can watch who we want. He's saying that we shouldn't be watching them watching who we want to watch. I mean, believe me, I love the two or three female spaces that's popping in this bitch because it exposes all of you niggas. It exposes every one of you. I'm not saying that the female ain't right. I mean, she sure spends a lot of time on it, and they sure spend a lot of time on it, but they can do what they want to do. But I'm just saying this, and I've always said this about females, about other races, other special interest groups. Is just that the only people that have a place to tell black men are black men, not black women. Sit your ass down. Stop. It's not, you let them other niggas do it. I don't give a damn about them either. And everybody ain't got to share my opinion. Y'all swear this is an echo chamber over here, but it really isn't. That's why we're here at this point. You think you don't count. You don't value yourself for real. You just protect it like we don't. I value myself. I don't give a damn what anyone says. And don't no can't no grown man or grown woman emasculate me. Period. You niggas need to get a fucking life. I'm not happy about this. No, I'm not. But I'm not mad either. I'll just say this. If you guys want to sit up there and shit about it, that's fine. If you don't want to say anything about it, that's fine too. Fuck out of here with that. Don't worry, Ma. I'll protect you from SBE. Like I said, when you involve yourself in a conversation, then you are subject to whatever that conversation brings. I don't understand why people don't understand basic rules when it comes to engagement of these entertainment, meaningless black man spaces. We mean something. I mean, y'all spend so much time on it, y'all. But anyway, it's been 45 minutes. Let me address the comments. I haven't looked at one comment because I wanted to really just get this out without being distracted. And I do apologize for the attendees that was here earlier, but I understand. All right. What it do, folks? Great to be here. Smoke Show Sunday in full effect. Kev. So, like, look, if nobody, okay, and I get tired of people. Like, okay, let's go back to this. Let me help y'all jog out a little bit. The don't bite the hand that feeds you sub views and money. Okay, all right. Now I'm gonna remember that. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna remember that in every conversation. I don't feel that subservient and submissive to anybody. Seriously, I don't. Yeah, I mean, y'all don't want to hear this come out of a black man's mouth. I know some of you don't, but I know a lot of you do. So hey, let's find those people. You are those people. Crying for these hoes. Niggas want a fucking cookie. When are black men never in tough times? That's why we are the strongest on the planet Earth. We'll challenge anyone from the universe, Jupiter, Neptune, Mars, whatever. All right, let's look at a few tapes first. I'll say that. But hey, would you rather die fighting? Would you rather die on your feet or live on your knees? Hmm. RPM, what's going on? Good to see you, fam. You can only be emasculated if you let it happen. I mean, I don't. I think I know what they're talking about. The attempt to be emasculated and the emasculation itself. That obviously the way I'm taking this is I feel that they believe I fell short in one of them, but that's not the case. I'm here to let you know that's not the case for people reading that shit, for people who may run across that video, just in case it explodes. You know how things are. Let's just go ahead and clear it up a little bit. Oh, the sarcasm. Oh, that was in reference to the definition. Her success allowed me to travel on my own while she paid all the bills, including my trip. Yeah, that's losing right there. What the fuck do y'all be thinking? It's like when you guys do it, it's player shit. Like think about the mixed messages being thrown around this space. Afro National. They try to emasculate a man until it's time to fight a burglar. Shoot, dude, y'all too afraid. Y'all like a lot of people too afraid of shit around here. Niggas want a fucking cookie. Oh, I don't talk about women. Like that's and the reason why I use that, the reason why I use that because that's what I hear constantly. All they do is talk about women. It's weak to talk about women. Oh, yeah. I mean, whatever. I mean, I just don't care. I just don't care at this point. It's like talk about what y'all want to talk about. If you want to be the productive content creator, be the productive content creator and show people a path that you say that all of us can't. Like that little bottom comment right there. This is like, look, I'm just putting it out there like that because these are people who obviously they feel as if the space is just coming up short. So this is the feedback that we get from black men. I would say these are black men, and like I said, feel free to tell me what you think in the comments. Like this is what black men think. I mean, you can find these things. I forgot what broadcast this was, but I had the screenshot. Whoever this brother is, I'll be fine with it when they take that foolishness over there. But when they try to impose on other people with different experience to that goofiness, that's the ish I don't like. Then get this. Here's this guy right here. But you're right. The second one. But you're right. They primarily talk about women and sexual access. I add beef to that. Many dudes need an enemy to make content. Like, oh, okay. All right. Now, seriously, what is the ratio of these guys? I mean, I could easily name three content creators that do nothing but make black manosphere, anti-black manosphere stuff. I wouldn't even call it content. I just call it bitching. I mean, we all have the freedom to speak any way we want, so I'll speak that way. But all these guys being the same chats, and yes, you have the right to say what you want to say. But hey, I just want to let you guys see it. I just want to make sure that you guys see it. Just so you guys know that I'm not just talking. And I understand also the difference between criticism and hate. So let's just leave that to your own perception. I can't tell you guys how to think. You might agree with some of this stuff. You never know. Because Lord knows I don't want to bite the hand of subs and money. Oh God, these guys are whoo. Like, they I'm under some type of fucking mind control because somebody I mean shit. What like okay, if that's the issue, if somebody helping me is the issue, what the fuck have they done? And nobody owes me shit. Just remember that. What the fuck have they done? Not a goddamn thing, but talk shit. Oh yeah, they did do something. They put my name out there a little bit for their audience to see. So that within itself I felt was awesome because that for according to them that's an opportunity for one of you guys to turn to the dark side. What idiocy! It's because people say stuff like this. Yeah, I just put that up there. Oh, it's almost been an hour. But like I'm about to drop the link. I'm about to drop the link. We got this guy right here. I'll say his name, Christopher the Conqueror. Yeah, what up, guy? He's obviously a person that takes in my content, so I appreciate that. I mean, when I say stuff like that, it's true appreciation for the ones that I mean, all of you guys could be doing other things. I get it, but I don't think you're wasting your time by being here personally by watching my content. So I thank you. So great. Let me read this out real quick. BGS the GOAT, and so is Kev. I don't know where all the BGS hate is coming from lately, to be honest. But I think both of you guys bring value to the Black Manosphere. Uh oh. I was not a fan of how that smoke show went, but I think it in the end it can be a learning lesson for everyone involved. I see the black manosphere is evolving, and this channel, this that's my channel, is playing a genuine part in that evolution. Therefore, I support it and you. Yeah, I will not shun comments like that. You know, thank you, Christopher the Conqueror. And I know what you little feeble-minded conspiracy theorists are thinking right now. Oh man, BGS sent that guy over there to make that comment for Kale. Damage control, damage control. Hey, say that shit. say, save that shit right there. Since we emasculating folks, you guys are. I mean, and that's like I'm saying. If I'm upset or slightly emotional about anything, it's got to be that word came up. Sunning and emasculation. I mean, shit. I thought we were black men. Christopher the Conqueror obviously gets it. Shoot. But like I said, shout out to him. Shout out to him. So this ain't necessarily why we're here. This ain't necessarily why we're here. I was just basically monologuing with screenshots on a slideshow for anyone that wants to get super technical. But I'm getting the feedback. Oh wait a minute. We're getting the feedback. We're getting the feedback. We know what you guys think, and this probably is like I would say just a little tip of it. This is a little tip of it. This is a little tip of it. We get it. We all get it. We get it now. You don't like the space. I mean, sucks for you guys. Let me go ahead and do this. You gotta do this, and anybody wants to come up, you can come up, and everything will be just fine. I mean, it's only 30 people here, so I don't know if you want to be, no, I'm just being sarcastic, just being sarcastic. Shit. I, if you got smoke, please, if you come up here to get your shit off, just do it a little mildly this time. Just trying to concentrate on you know the situation at hand. We supposedly, if you guys, if we all, treat BGS like a human being, then we're want to drive off a cliff and all this other stuff. Jesus Christ, man, you guys are just insanely ridiculous. Let's leave this up here for a second. Yeah, let's leave that up there for a second. See, I want to come up while that's displayed. Shit. Oh, it's a smoke show. I can't say this. Nah, I mean, at least talk like a human being. That's all I ask. Shoot, I'm gonna put it after the broadcast. I'm gonna put a couple important links down in the description. Why do it afterwards? Because you're supposed to be watching me. Please get your grievances off productively. The conversation can be had. Yeah, crying for these hoes. I don't care about, like I said, I'll say SBE if you want, man. I mean, shit, it sounds like a fun thing to say, but I'll tell you what it looks like for a lot of you guys. Yeah, exactly. People got to undress the fact that it's okay to disagree. Yes, it's okay. But yeah, just like just like I disagree with yeah, these slideshows are hard. Just like I disagree when people involve me being used for better term emasculated. Like I don't like that shit. Yeah. What up, Complex?
Hey, what's going on, Kev? How you doing, man? Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday. Yeah, yeah. Well, ain't that the truth? What it is?
Yeah. I got some questions, bro. Just curious, because
Yeah,
I did come up on like, what was it, like your last live stream, like from
yeah.
last Sunday, right? I was
Hmm.
being disrespectful, right? And I asked a question in the chat. I see you didn't address it. About emasculation and disrespect and stuff like that, right? And I just out of curiosity, bro, I was just like, whoa, how was I disrespectful? Did I say anything about his family or his kids or his grandkids, or did I what was disrespectful? Because it was a smoke show, and actually I was on there before he came up, and everything was cool, right? From my understanding, how I recall this, and I'm not trying to like, because I get it. This is diet fuckery night, right? So
Yeah,
I'm trying
no,
to
no. I mean,
I'm trying. Well, no,
oh,
I'm trying to tone it down
oh,
because
okay,
it's a
okay.
smoke
Is
show,
it
but okay, but
BGS but threatened butt sex on another man? That's not being emasculated. Yeah, of
wait,
course.
hold
Like
on, hold
I
on.
wouldn't
Okay,
say
wait,
no
hold on,
shit
hold
like
on.
that. Like
So wait, hold on. So hold on.
yeah,
So
I
hold on,
mean,
hold on.
yeah, I'm talking
So
about
wait. Who's emasculating who? Who's emasculating who then?
I mean, who mas?
Because you brought the definition up, and I'm like, well, based on the definition, I don't really see anybody doing that, really. Well, no, actually, I do, and then I asked that question. So who's really emasculating people in this space?
Hey, yo, what's good, guys?
Hey,
Well,
look,
hold on. Hey, what's going on, bro?
hey,
Yeah, I wanted Kev to answer this question though, because it's a serious question.
hey, that okay. Let me also say this: that is never it's never okay to say something like that to a person.
Okay.
It's never
I just want to
it's
make
ne-
sure, Kev, you're
it's
not
never.
co-signing this type of shit. I just
No,
want to make sure you're not
I'm not.
co-signing
I
this.
don't co-sign anything like that. I have the
Okay,
absolute
just
right
making
to
sure, bro.
disagree with anybody I want. I never agree with anybody 100% of the time, and yes, I disagree with that.
Okay, but
So,
I'm
what's
saying,
the topic?
wait, hold on 1 second, dude. So wouldn't you say though, based on the definition, that would sort of be like the most extreme variant of emasculating another man, right? Wouldn't you
Yeah,
say so?
yeah. When you say something like that, yeah, you're trying to take the man's
Right.
manhood and
See,
pride from him. Yeah, of
yes,
course.
yes. See, so I'm just saying, like, who's emasculating people? Who's really trying to help brothers? Who's really trying to like,
Here's
you know, that's why I want
here's
to
what
throw
I'm
this out
focused.
here. I'm just asking.
Here's what I'm focused on. When you use emasculate in context with what the fuck I'm doing, that's what I'm worried about at this point. So I
Well, who
get
did
your
that?
point. I get your point, and yes, I've heard said audio. I've
No,
heard that.
just I was gonna ask a general question. Who did that? Who said that about you?
I would say that. Okay, let me put that content. Let me put that comment back up on the screen. Okay.
So, what's the topic? Like, what's going on? I'm just coming in.
No, I mean, I just like basically like, okay, since this is a smoke show, we can't use and I mean, people are allowed to have their opinion. I also have the right to respond. The while they were speaking in context to when BGS at the end of the show was like, if y'all don't want me around, then I just won't come around. This is what makes it hard to support small content creators. He was saying stuff like that, and it was interpreted as that he was trying to sun me and he was trying to emasculate me in front of but this made it seem a little bit more like it actually happened. That's the way I'm taking it. To use a word like emasculation in context of anything going on with myself puts me in a position to have to respond. So, although I don't agree with any man, including BGS, saying that something, hey guy, I'm so mad at you. I'll say something like, I'll fuck you in the ass. No, I don't agree with that. I don't. I don't
Mhm.
agree with that at
So,
all. That is
so
not in my
dude,
character.
wait. So
I'm
dude
just
wait. So
saying.
wait. Well, hold on, wait. So dude
You
made a
gotta.
comment, and everybody's saying that you got emasculated because he made a comment.
No, 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 no,
Read the
no, no,
screen.
no, no. Yeah, yeah. It's what Kevin's. There's more context to it, bro.
There's way more context.
Well, unfortunately, it just sounds like people and their feelings to me. I mean, just give an example. There are certain times where certain people have more experience in certain fields, and they may have more information. And one of the things I've noticed, especially with us black people, a lot of us was raised by mothers, and unfortunately, a lot of us didn't witness too many men around each other. And sometimes we might be men, but we do have a lot of women tendencies, myself included. And
Well,
sometimes I've even told myself, where, okay, plain and simple, was that a reaction rooted in emotion?
Yeah.
Because that was a reaction rooted in emotion. So it was, and I always say, a reaction usually rooted in an emotion is usually an incorrect one. And unfortunately, sometimes a lot of us here, like, we get mad when somebody else starts talking and we want to jump all over them. And that's showing them, that's not really being men. That's showing our feminine side, that we've seen women do that. We've seen our mothers do that to plenty of people, and a lot of us do that. And a lot of the problem with us men is, most of the time, we know when it comes to us men, we would never do that in real life, because it will probably come to blows.
well, no. We actually, no. Actually, let me correct you on that. We would, and it does come to blows, and that's the reason why.
Right. Well, yeah,
Wait,
you're
wait, wait,
right.
wait,
You're
wait.
right.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. It would come to blows, and see, some of us know that, and that's the reason why we do the type of shit that we do in real life, because we're built for that. And so, if you actually do that, then we understand that if you're at that point as a man, it's part and parcel what comes along with the job or the gig, so to speak, right?
Mhm.
And see. So much like that in this manosphere shit, if you've been around for some time, like I have, and like a few other brothers, a lot of people have been around for some
I've been
time.
around before you, brother.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't. No, no, like legit. I don't know about that. That's
Yeah,
just something you
I've
just
been
said.
around before you.
No, no, I'm saying that's unsubstantiated. We don't know that.
Okay. Well, everybody knows
Like
I've been around before you.
what I don't. What I'm saying is that that's unsubstantiated. It
So,
really
so
is.
aren't you emasculating me by saying that now?
No, I'm making a factual. No,
Hey,
no.
hey,
I'm making. Wait,
let's
hold
not
on,
go
hold
too
on, hold on.
far out in
Wait. No,
space.
no,
No, but I'm
Kev.
just saying.
I
Okay.
got it. I
All right.
got it, Kev. I
Okay.
got it.
Cool. Cool.
That's an unsubstantiated statement that you're making. That's a fact. What I'm saying is a fact. What you can't do is substantiate what you just said. So it is what it is, dog. So we're gonna leave it right there. We're just gonna leave it right there. It really was an insignificant point. My whole thing
Oh,
is that no, it is insignificant because I had a greater point that I was trying to make. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't interject. What I'm saying is that if you've been around for long enough, you know that it gets contentious. This is a battle of thoughts and ideals, right?
mhm.
That's what happens, and it's been happening on YouTube for quite a while. So I don't know where this fucking kumbaya shit just comes out of nowhere, right?
Mhm.
I get it. You know, there's a monetization factor that comes into play. But see, I'm not here for the money. None of my channels are monetized. So that lets you know what my intent is.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
Mhm.
think it's
You
anything.
got it, bro. You got it. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Dre. You
You've
saying
been
Dre or
around
me?
for. Been
No,
around
I mean,
for.
go ahead. Just give an example. As you notice, one of the things is this: with you, complex, you think that everybody started jumping at you. I said, I agree. And the first thing
No,
you go
no
off
one's
on,
jumping at me. No one was jumping at me. No one was
oh,
jumping at me. We were just talking earlier. No one was jumping at me. So you just
I
once again
think
you
that
just made
people,
another presumption. No one was
okay,
jumping at me.
okay, as you pay attention to the people who watches this on replay, as you see, before even
I'm not in the
somebody made
chat,
us,
dude.
okay,
I don't know anybody. I'm not in the chat. I don't. You're saying stuff to me that I don't. Bro, I'm in Streamyard. I don't even see the chat. So from
I'm
in my head, no one's jumping at me.
okay. Listen, I was talking about with me and you on the phone. I'm not reading the chat. I'm in StreamYards too.
But you said
You
people are
so,
jumping at me.
oh
No one's jumping at me, dude.
my gosh. If you let
No,
me
I'm telling
finish
you.
it, maybe if you
Don't
go
say
ahead,
shit that's not
man. But tell me when you're done, and I'll speak then, bro.
what, dude, who's jumping at me? Let's do that one. Who's jumping at me? Just
If you
answer
don't,
that, bro.
hey, do me a favor, people, just in the chat, like, or anybody who ever watches this show,
I'm
watch this
not in the
back.
chat. You just made
I'm
a
not in.
claim, dude.
Listen, I'm talking to you, dude. I'm talking to you, but you don't
So I
even listen
asked
for
you.
10 seconds. Okay, go ahead, man.
I
When you're
asked you.
done,
I
tell me
asked you.
when you're ready, man.
Who
Go
is
ahead, man.
jumping at me? Who is jumping at me?
I was trying to say something, and every time I say something, haven't he been cutting me off? Haven't you noticed that the last 3 minutes?
You good? Go ahead.
Are you sure?
I wanted you to answer the question. Yes.
Okay, now I said, as you think that every time somebody says something, they're jumping at you, and I'm referring to
No,
me.
that's not true.
Oh, no, I see what I'm talking about. This dude can't shut up for 10 seconds,
That's
man.
not true, man. Like you came up here and Kevin and I, we were just dialoguing. Nobody
Hey, man,
was doing
go ahead. I'm going to fall back, bro. Go ahead, man.
No one did that. Kev, who was jumping at me? Who made that claim? Who said that I thought? When did that happen?
Whatever's going on, I wish. Whatever's
I
going
don't
on,
know. I don't know.
need
That's
to,
what I'm saying.
like,
Help me
whatever,
understand.
whatever's going on, I wish people would get to the point.
Yes,
Like,
that's what I mean. It's
get
like,
to
dude,
the
who
fucking
said
point.
this?
Like, seriously.
Okay, I'm saying me, otherwise complex. Every time I open my mouth to say something, you keep talking. Okay, see what? Go ahead, man.
You're talking now. Go ahead.
Okay, but as soon as I start, he's gonna say something. I mean, he can't. Okay, so now I said is this. This is the problem. Every time it's like you are so wound up and on the defensive. As soon as somebody says anything, you just jump right over it, and you just assume what they're about to say. And unfortunately, brother, I think that you allow that to get you.
You said someone was jumping on me though. You still never answered my question.
I'm referring to me when I'm talking. You just assume what I say. Like play this last 5 minutes back, bro.
We can
I'm
play
not
it.
talking about nobody in the chat. I'm not reading the chat. I'm talking about you right now.
So when I asked you who's jumping on me, like you
I
said
me.
You think no.
Oh my gosh, dude.
It's a lie. As a
you
fucking
are very
lie.
complex. Your name fits you, brother.
No, you said when people you think people are jumping. I said who? You never said you. Now you just said you. You just said it now. But you know what, dude? Whatever, Dre. Hey man, get your point out, bro. You got it, dude. Go ahead.
No, I don't. So good. You're not done. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, Kev, we were just kind of really talking about what emasculation and shit actually is before this shit came up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying, there's very real examples of it in the manosphere. There really is. And I think what we need to do is be careful of trying to pin people for emasculation tactics when they're not actually doing that. And there's actually real examples of the people who are really doing it.
Mm-hmm.
That was all I had to say.
Okay, now just give an example. As you talk about emasculating people in the thing, and like I said, I wasn't trying to know the first thing. Oh no, we don't. I said, well, I've kind of been around a little bit longer than you. We don't know that. I mean,
well, you don't.
So
but
you see that what I'm trying to say? No, but listen,
but
I'm trying. Oh my gosh, can I finish?
No,
what I'm trying to point out, complex. Do me a favor. Mute for 30 seconds, bro. Mute for 30 seconds. 30. Can I get 30 seconds?
All right. Go ahead, Dre.
God damn it, motherfucker. Shit. I said, what I'm trying to say is that, unfortunately, we all are guilty of that in some form or fashion. Bro. And like I said, is this. With you, every 10 seconds, you can't even be quiet for 10 seconds, bro.
Bro,
I mean, come on, man.
Lie on me.
And you
don't lie. Don't lie. Don't say
the playback tells it all, bro.
I know. It will. Don't say substantiate the shit. You don't know how long I've been around. You don't know that. You literally don't know that. It's unsubstantiated. That's why I'm like, just let you get away with an unsubstantiated claim? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Okay, how long you been around then?
I got videos on YouTube that go back 15 years. How about you?
Mm-hmm.
How about you? No. Seriously, Kev, you want me to show you? Hey, Kev, you want me to show you?
Well, we're good. I know about.
Well, that's what I mean. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That's the whole fucking point.
All right.
All right, man.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So we got a point. We're going to get
Bro.
a point out. We're gonna do that.
Yeah, but that, like I said, is the problem is it's always going to be a pecking order when it comes to men. We already know that. Unfortunately, some people are, they have more experience and more intelligent, more wisdom in certain fields than others. And unfortunately, I think a lot of us have, even as men, we've gotten to the fact is a lot of us feel if you can't be masters of every group, then you're masters of none. And I've noticed that that's been a lot of our problems with the black men, especially because I've noticed that. I've been around a long time, and I tell people, like when y'all start, if you ever notice, sometimes when you're talking about comic books or shit that I don't know nothing about, I just sit there and listen. I may ask a couple questions here and there, but I don't even try to act like I'm the big dog king ding-a-ling when it comes to that. Why is that? Because that's not my forte. I don't have enough I don't have enough experience and the stuff like that in that field to even make a point. Like
What field are you talking about?
even when I debate other people and where things that I write in fields that I don't know in, I don't even try to jump on them and try to downplay them because I know, hey, I don't have that much experience, and I'm quick to say, oh, I don't know all the information. And they say, well, why do you think it happens this way? And I say, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't know. Because one of the things I've noticed too in a manosphere, a lot of us men are scared to say, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is why men are scared. Hey, man, I don't know the information on that. Can you enlighten me? Can you help me?
You
I
know,
mean, it's like you lose cool points for saying, I don't know.
but I never claimed to be like a Rhodes Scholar or anything. So I know that there are people that are better in certain things than I am. So I mean, it's cool. It's cool. But my answer to AM1 saying, "Hey, Kev, play the audio and let the chat decide what they hear." Easy. They were here live to hear it, so they already decided. And your audience decided like what it was, and Truth's audience decided what it was. And I can just simply give you my interpretation of the entire situation. It's whatever
now,
at this
now,
point.
Kev, I want to give some clarification here. I think when it came to that truth as I know it video, when it came to like that whole experiment thing,
Mhm.
he was referencing BGS in a comment that he made. I don't know how much of that was about you, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Well, look at emasculation. It was my platform that they were referring to, though.
But it
So
was
it would
it
be
was
easy.
what he said. It was what he said though. That's what I'm saying. Like, are you trying to intrinsically include yourself in this, or because
No,
those
I'm
are
not.
his words? I don't ever
Okay,
recall
okay.
you
Here,
saying
here, here,
that.
here, here, here you go. I think you're missing this right here. This is him referring to the like he did, and I don't care about people doing like reviews and takes on the things that happen on my broadcast, but he was directly referring to
Mhm.
that. It was direct.
To you or to him?
I mean, if he's doing a broadcast, you know, saying how he interpreted BGS was trying to do me,
Okay, but
yeah.
okay, but see that this is what I'm saying. Are you interpreting AM1 saying what you did or what BGS did?
Okay,
Because
okay, okay. Let me explain a couple things.
yeah, help me
Okay,
out.
let's look at this line right here. Don't bite the hand that feeds you subs, views, and money. I have made it no secret that BGS shares my videos a lot, and I've gotten a lot of subs from him. Views, money, I don't know so much about. People who give me super chats and cash apps, I really, really appreciate it, and I don't forget those guys. But this is not enough for a sustainable income, and no one's entitled to anything. So yeah, he's talking about people who get shared by BGS frequently, and I am one of those guys. So
Mm-hmm.
hey, that fact all day. So
But the statement that was made about the experiment, you didn't make it, correct?
hmm,
No, I said you didn't make that statement, correct? This is what I'm
about
trying
the
to
statement.
understand.
No, I don't think anybody's manipulating me, sunning me,
No,
or
no, no, no. The statement about the experiment, that was you didn't say that. That wasn't you, correct?
experiment.
Yes. From my understanding, there was something about well, this is an experiment or something rather, right? And it wasn't something that you said. It was something that he said, And I think that's what AM1 was addressing. That's why I was like, are you sure that you're
Truth is
taking this?
okay. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Okay. Okay.
That was Truth's video. Disastrous black manosphere leadership runs destructive experiments on black
Experiments.
men.
And I think he was referencing BGS on that, not you.
Yeah,
It
I
was
know. I
on your live
know.
stream.
I know. I know. I
Okay.
know
Okay.
he's referencing the BGS on that one.
All
I
right.
know he is. You know, the word in these YouTube streets is that BGS Itmore is experimenting on black men and they're becoming quite destructive and might make black men want to self-delete. This is what I'm hearing. It sounds,
Or
you know,
listen. I don't know about all that. I just know that I don't think that you were the one who made the comment about experimentation. That's
no,
all I'm trying to clarify.
I don't
Okay,
think that
that's all.
BGS I think that shit's a crazy thing to think about, especially being a grown ass man with his own mind.
I don't know. I
I
don't
right.
know.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think
Shit,
that
I don't know.
the title right there is, like I said, it's a good title right there to just make to you know. Unfortunately, now you know, we've been around the block long enough to know a lot of people read the headlines and they don't read nothing into it. If you ever, it's one of those headlines that, hey, it's like a click, like, you know, we used to call it clickbait, but they call it something else now. But basically, it's a quick clickbait title, and to create an emotional response and get people thinking a way that they was already thinking in the first place.
Well, if they were listening to it, and I guess if what
But
Truth
people
was, I
don't
know.
listen to it.
Well,
here-
well, it's got some views there. So I'm saying if people are listening to it, I'm from what I'm hearing is that he was clipping part of Kev's video and then commentating on it. It's not necessarily clickbait so much as it is commentary. What we were trying to clarify here is that this title does not suggest that what this video is about Kev, as so much as it is BGS. That's all I was trying to clarify.
Well, I mean, you know, like I said, you know, like the title right there is to create a good emotional response.
Okay.
You know, and so, like you say, this video got views for every, like you say, it's like 1,200K views in there. Okay,
let's
12.
not concentrate. Let's not try to be petty. I'm sure to come
But
up and be petty and talk about views and stuff like that.
no, but no, what I'm trying
Let's
to
talk about the
listen.
concept. These are
What I'm
content creators. These are content creators that are in this space. And I
no,
mean, like all things considered, I'm that kind of person. You want to talk? Let's talk.
well, I'm saying is this. It's not about. Let me finish. I want to say like this. For the views that the video got, is probably, you know, just give an example. That title alone, you probably saw 5 times or more of that. Just saw the title, read it, assumed what it was, and kept going. You know what I mean? You know, that's the problem with titles and stuff like that. Like one of the things I'm not even gonna lie, I've hated that they've gotten rid of the down marker and show how many down views on videos, because I mean for platforms it's beautiful. Like for platforms it's beautiful because now people got to really pay attention and watch the video, which it keeps you on the platform longer. Where now all I start doing when I start looking at it, I start skimming the comments first. Where back in the day I saw all these down votes, I probably knew it was bullshit and never even paid no attention to it.
Well, I mean, that's more. I think that has more to do with maybe content bias in the sense of, you know, if you see what the title is, right? So
Right. Real right.
and you know who it is. So yeah, I think you should have an idea of what it might be about. So
Right.
it's kind of like you know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
But I'd say that I hate to say, because that's one of the things I hate about all the platforms not showing that, because it's a lot of people, a lot like me. I'm a big avid, like, to me, YouTube is more important than television. Like literally, my TV was turned on the other day again for the other time, and I know my TV, if it had a camera, it can say the only time you turn your TV on in the bedroom is when it's a bitch in the bed. Because I don't turn the TV on, like literally. I couldn't even tell you where the remote is to go to show you. I mean, but
Well,
what I'm trying to say,
YouTube is TV.
right. But I prefer to go to what I want when I want. What
I'm saying is YouTube. You could either just use YouTube for whatever you use it for, like how most people do it, or you could pay for a YouTube, what is it called, YouTube TV subscription. And then now basically, not only do you have YouTube, but you also have cable TV. So now if you want to watch all your sports and your shows it's also that too. So that's just what it is.
It's getting like, Yeah, but like just give an example. I think it's like saying it like for YouTube TV, like $70 a month.
Okay, but it's no different than paying for cable and all this other shit. Like if you're on mobile, you don't have to. You're already paying for your fucking data on your mobile device. So then you just pay for that shit, and then you don't have a DSL or a fucking high speed internet bill plus cable and all this other shit. You just go right through YouTube. That's just the
Okay,
time
okay,
we're in.
okay. Listen up. I just got to read this super chat real quick. Thank you,
Okay.
Weather. Thank you, Weather, my brother. He says the black manosphere exists to sell an image of black men that simply doesn't apply to the real world. BGS can only be relevant in this space because black men in this space are searching, and then he exploits that.
Mhm.
Well, wait a
Okay,
minute.
I mean,
Wait. You have channels that are not monetized. So what are they selling?
yeah, what? Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
Well,
The-
yeah. I
that's
mean,
disingenuous, dude. And
Well,
he's trying
and
to
two,
he's really trying he's trying to reduce the effectiveness of the manosphere at the same
No,
time.
mhm.
well,
And,
listen.
I mean,
Well,
like
listen.
think about people like me. Like one of me, I was when I came out, I
thank
was
you for
with
the
what,
super chat. Thank you for the super chat, by
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way. I
Thank you,
really
bro.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
but like people like me, when I came out, I was with one of the biggest content creators in this sector. Like literally. So if it was about money, I could have stayed there. But more really,
I knew you.
most of us men are
I knew
here.
you.
So, like, no, but listen, most of us men are here because we want the betterment of other black men. You know, like one of the things is I'm gonna give you a show because an allegation just came up on me, and I dodged it and all that, but I just noticed that by helping a child, an allegation was almost put on me. And that's the
Hey,
one thing we need to
let
talk
me
about
ask
because a lot of us didn't have
let
fathers
me ask you
growing
a
up.
question.
So
Let me
we
ask you a
like the
question.
information.
Let me
Go
ask you a
ahead.
question. I mean, what seeing in my constant effort to prove that we're not an echo chamber, what do you think of those comments up there? Do you think they have a point, or do you think they're off base?
Okay, let's see.
I want each
I
one of
mean,
you to answer. I want each one of you to
let
answer.
him go first because I'm gonna read them. I didn't read them until now.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead. Say I'll be fine with it when they take that foolishness over there, but when they try to impose it on other people with different experience to that goofiness, that's the shit I don't like. Then you
Hmm.
have this other guy, but you're right. They primarily talk about women and sexual access. I'll add beef to that. Many dudes need an enemy to make content. Okay.
You're right.
Okay. Okay, then you have truth down here. He said the black manosphere has convinced men they have to go to a rural mountain river in a third world country to get a quality wife. I mean,
Unfortunately,
I mean, I think, yeah, I
okay,
watched the Drello first video, and I'm just like,
Well,
okay, I mean, is that can't be
okay,
said about certain individuals, but
okay. That's now okay. Just giving a
but
perfect
it's not
example.
the black. But it's like, is it the
Mm,
black manosphere, the passport bros? Is everybody the
no,
black manosphere? I
no.
mean,
Everybody,
it's like any
it's
black man on YouTube that
well,
does some weird shit. Like these motherfuckers always say, "Are they the black manosphere?" I
no,
mean,
well,
no.
it sure seems
I'll
like
let
it.
Ryle get in, and then I'll answer.
Right.
I'll let Ryle get in first.
I mean, but
that was
everybody has
me
the right to
actually
their opinion.
talking. But go ahead.
Okay, but
I'll say.
Ryle's been here for a while. Ryle,
Go
then
ahead,
Big
Ryan.
Kev. Ryle, then Big Kev.
Yeah.
He's muted. Maybe he's not. He's away.
Here he
AFK.
comes. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Okay.
Right there.
Let Big Cam go first.
All right, Big Kev. Ryle got some shit to say. So,
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I
The
mean
thing
that in a
about
good way.
I know.
yeah, right.
Good. I know it's about to be good.
Yeah.
Hurry up and
The
buy
thing
what's
that I
going
have to
on.
say about that is that okay, here's a few things. Okay, number one, okay, everything that these distractors are saying, previous generations of so-called black men have already done. They've done the whole keep your nose to the grindstone and don't just be productive. Don't talk about the fuckery. Just be productive and hope they're gonna fall in. They did the whole respectability politics routine. Well, maybe if we just focus on showing white people we're good people, we'll get more respect. Oh, if we just kind of be this whole stoic, silent, provider male, it's gonna, fix all our problems. Previous generations of brothers already did that shit. You know what I mean? Oh, if we just capitulate to the demands of feminists, it's gonna solve all of our problems, and we'll be able to, if we just apologize, to so-called black women, we're gonna be able to solve our issues. Previous generations of men did all of that shit. everything that you're suggesting, niggas like AM1 are saying, previous generations of men already did that shit, and we have nothing to show for it. Okay.
So wait. Just quick question. So what is it that we're suggesting?
No. What? No.
Here's, let me
Hold up.
clear this.
Let me finish.
Before no, this
Because
me.
you did say
Hey, dog.
y'all. That's
Hey,
why I
this
was asking.
me. This me. I'm gonna let you
Okay.
have it back. This me. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this. People can say what they want. People can say what they want, but people can respond to it. I will say that. So if they believe that, it's not incumbent upon me to have to explain to people over and over again that this is not the case, obviously. So if we're going to do this, let's do this. You have the right to say what you want to say. I have the right to say what I want to say, but I also have the right to respond to what you people say. So hey, there it is. Go ahead, Big Kev.
But Kev, just real quick.
Yeah, but hell, hold up. Let me
y'all,
finish.
I'm just saying. You
Anyway,
said
like I
y'all.
was saying before. No, I'm talking about the people on the screen. I'm saying guys like AM1 in the chat and guys like that. Everything that they're trying to suggest that we've done, we've already done. Previous
Thank you.
generations of black men have already done. They sacrificed. They've been stoic. The stoic provider male. They've done all of that stuff. Okay, they've been quote unquote respectable and upstanding, and they've tried to focus on swag and trying to be street and all that other stuff. Like in the show Snowfall. Everything that people have suggested that guys like Sir Isma said, previous generations of so-called black men have already done all of that. They've already done it. You name it, they've done it. The problem is that none of that has ever fixed the problem. None of it has. None of it has actually brought people closer together on a collective level.
Hey, let me respond to that. AM1 isn't married. He doesn't.
Oh yeah.
No. This is not a thing to shame him. But
oh no, I wasn't shaming him.
No. He. The only thing that I've heard him say consistently lately is number one, skills and resources, and number two, crying about women. Is making fun of crying about women. That's what he's saying.
But here's the thing, though.
I would disagree with that to a great degree.
No,
so,
I'm saying is that he says we got to focus on skills and resources, but whenever we're talking about skills and resources, he never shows up. So
Okay.
Wait, who never shows up? Who never
AM1,
shows up?
guys like AM1 and Surism. Anytime you're talking about any type of legitimate skills and resources, geopolitics, technology, things with AI, etc., they're never there. But
Well, wait a minute. Wait. AM1, but AM1, his, in all fairness, his specialty or his area of professionalism is within.
It's photography, yeah. And
But wait, not only just that, but he's in the editing and all that shit, right? And he does do live streams, literally just kind of chopping it up with folks while he's doing some work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So to be fair, right? Because I've been charged with the same shit, but I could send you probably about 20 or 30 videos when it comes to electric bikes and electric scooters and all that shit. Look, it's boring as fuck. But however, it serves as proof that there's content being made that really does sort of it supplements the message, right? Because it's what I do. And I think that's what the charge is. Oftentimes, what we have brothers in the space who, and I don't want to take this up because I want to let Ryle get it. So I'll let you finish, Big Kev. But we do have brothers in the space who actually walk the fucking talk, right? And it's a bit disingenuous. It's a bit disingenuous when we'll have talking points and then literally sidetrack and sidestep and literally jump over the motherfuckers who are exemplary of the very talking points that are being said. That's all I wanted to get out, bro.
Yeah. I'm saying, listen. You could point out all those guys again in the space. I mean, Harker Buto does fashion design and trucking. Charles Faulkner Jr. was like ex-military and ex-Baltimore police that does security work. You got guys like Keep It Techie. You guys, another guy.
Josh, I know him personally. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You got guys like Keep It 100 that also does photography. Like most of the guys in this space are working class men that are already doing the things that we're talking about. Okay.
Right.
Again, the reason why the space gets so much pushback, again,
Doing things
like
individually,
exactly. The reason why the space gets
but not collectively.
Say that again,
right.
Ryle.
Anyways, hey, hold on, let me finish.
Doing things
Okay,
individually,
I didn't hear
not
him.
collectively.
Right, right. I didn't hear
I'm
him.
saying, yeah, I'm saying, listen, the reason why the space exists, like I said before, is that we've done all of these things, but it hasn't actually fixed the relationship problems. In fact, if anything, it's gotten progressively worse. And the problem is that as soon as we encourage brothers to operate as what Edward Anderson says, and shout out to Edward Anderson, my condolences, to him.
Yeah, real quick. I want to also do that. I want to like sincerely, bro.
Hold on. I'm almost finished.
I know.
I'm
I just want to sincerely offer my condolences to Edward. I'm not even playing.
Yeah.
I'm not even bullshitting.
Right.
Like Edward, if you're listening in, sincerely, brother, like my condolences. Okay.
All right, bro. Let him finish first, bro. You could have waited.
I just want to acknowledge it,
bro.
man.
Just let him finish first, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, not a problem.
He's got it, man. Jeez.
Yeah, but the reason why we're saying this stuff is because, again, it's like, how can I put it like this? As someone said before, being silent on this stuff is how we got to this place in the first place. Being silent and not talking about it is how we got to this position in the first place.
Yes.
And so because being silent is how we got to the position in the first place, there's no other way around it except to confront it directly. And
what position?
I'm saying position? When it comes
confront it. When you say confront it directly, what do you believe that you can do that would get the result that you would like to have?
When it comes to confronting this culture of a casual misandry and disrespect towards so-called black men, especially coming from the women, but not limited to the women. Number one, as Edward Anderson said, having a diverse array of dating options, whether it be international, intercultural, whatever. Number one. Number two, fighting for your own best interest politically. For example, BGS pointed out how in Tennessee they're making, was it a paternity fraud, a potential misdemeanor crime, and stuff like that. Doing stuff like, again, like working together with other brothers when it comes to business and stuff like that. Like doing what's in our own best interest and being unapologetic about it, regardless of the negative pushback that other people are going to feel, is really the only way we can really even attempt to try to dig ourselves out of this hole. Because again, we've done the self-sacrificing, we've done the whole save the community routine. I mean, hell, look at Darren Seals. Rest in peace, Darren Seals. You know what I mean? Before the whole Black Lives Matter organization took off, people like that made those sacrifices. The problem is that those sacrifices were not appreciated, and they weren't positively exploited. They were negatively exploited. And so now, okay, because of this long track record of doing that, there's no other choice that most so-called black men have except to operate in their own best interest and to prioritize their own spiritual health and their well-being. Yeah. So I think the reason why this space is controversial is because unlike most of the mainstream media, we do not see women as sacred cows that can't be criticized. We don't treat women like the shit doesn't stink. We're like, listen, your shit stinks just like everybody else's shit stinks. So
I mean, but you got to understand that that's in a sea of opinions too. So if somebody says no, if somebody says no, you guys look kind of, foolish, pursuing this, then they have a right to their opinion. People can respond to words with words. I'm not saying that anybody can't do anything that they want or say anything that they want. It's just that, there's going to be variant responses to it. And if there's some people that feel like that is a waste of time, it's just, then they're going to feel that way. But if you feel like it isn't, what I'm saying is you go with the result you go with the plan that's going to get you the result that you want. And, it's going to be a lot of trial and error with that.
Exactly. Like there is no. I was
gonna let Rael get it. Yeah, I was gonna let Rael get it. He hasn't spoken yet. Rael.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yep. There you go, Rael.
No, I want him to finish what he was saying. Go ahead, okay.
Okay.
But what but what I was about to say in the chat was no, it's not about putting a non-black woman on a pedestal. No, it's like do what's in your own best interest. It's not about putting them up on a pedestal. Like there is no silver bullet. Okay, this is not some silver bullet. Oh, if we all do this one thing, it's gonna magically. No, it is. This is death by a thousand cuts. Damn it. Okay, it's it's you do a little bit something here to make your life better, and then you come over here and help me, and then I do the same thing for you, and that type of stuff. We have to get away from this whole magical silver bullet thing. You know what I mean? Think of it like a boss battle in like a video game. Okay, when you're playing a video game, if you're fighting the boss doesn't just go down after one hit. You gotta strike him like 500 times before they finally fall. It's the same. It's the same principle. And so, um, what we're what we're traditionally taught, what most brothers are traditionally taught, is that we all got to do this one magical thing. We got to have this ideology that's going to magically unite us all if we all do this one thing. And even um, the funky academic talked about how the whole concept of if we all just dot dot dot, how that's not real politics and that's not really a real effective way of being able to get stuff done. It's more like, all right, cool, okay, focus on the things that you can control, accept the things that you can't, okay, and be able to work upwards from there, okay. Or if you're somebody who's in the conscious space, um, if you listen to guys like Brother Panic, Bobby Hemming, etc., what's their main message? Okay, stop trying to save. It is not your job to try to save everyone. It is your job to prioritize your own spiritual growth and evolution. It's not about trying to save everyone or try to save the race. No, show people through your actions how they can save themselves. Don't try to save everyone from themselves. You know what I mean? And that that message is a complete contradiction to the mainstream message that we're seeing. We're always taught in the mainstream that, oh, we need to all be Democrats, or we all need to all vote Republican, or we all need to be trad or we all need to be feminists, or we all need to do this, that, and this,
Can I read
and it's
this
gonna
super chat?
magically. Yeah,
Can I
sure.
read it? Can I read this super chat? All women engage in misandry and practice feminism. The black women didn't invent the behavior. It was taught to her by white women, Gloria Steinem and various others. Black Elizabeth Cady Stanton. I mean, there's all that stuff has already been established, but you know he's absolutely 100% right. Black men refuse to acknowledge this because this debunks the narrative. Nope, nope. There's a thing called human choice right now. If people can choose to participate in said behavior, we got to we got to start the process of transferring the responsibility from them to us at some point. And that's with everything. That's with all of your human choice. I mean, but at the same time, it's like I'm open to others' feedback, whether I agree or disagree. Period.
Yeah,
You know, whether I
yeah.
agree with
Here's
that, whether I agree or disagree. What up, Ian and Rael and Kev? Come on, man. Yeah, let's get to Rael. This,
yep.
broadcast your
Go ahead,
nature.
Rael.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Peace to the panel and chat. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah, you got it, bro. What's good with you?
Chilling, man. If we look at things politically, this space has covered multiple places where black men have talked about how black women have, in local areas, taken over government and things like that. We've had a lot of rhetoric around Goldman Sachs giving black women $10 billion for business and stuff like that. And if you ask, okay, so if all, and these type of conversations have been had in these spaces for few years, we've seen those type of conversations take place about these types of things. But as Kev was talking about, he was talking about black men being successful, doing things individually. But we have a hard time understanding what collectivism really means. Okay? We will have guys that will sit here and say, hey, this guy is over here, he's doing great work. Like a Robert F. Smith, for example. And we'll try to take credit for his individual effort and try to use it to make arguments. But Robert F. Smith should be the norm. He shouldn't be the exception. And that's the point that we try to get to more so when we're talking. When we're talking about doing the things that we talk about, we're talking about the collectivization of it because we understand that. And shout out to nameless protagonist who has hit on this point so many times. He's listening, shout out to him. He's constantly talking about the force multiplier aspect. So how does he say it? He would rather have 10 men with $100,000 than 10 men with only one man in that particular group with that $1 million, and the rest of the guys are not really bringing it like that. Because he's talking about bringing each individual man with a certain level of economic means to the table of getting things done for the collective group in terms of Black men building. And so he has constantly hit on that particular thing. I've recognized after being in this space for so long that there are a lot of Black men who would rather complain about the external environment instead of trying to be amongst that 10 that puts their money in that bank, to build that insurance company, to build that real estate company, to build that grocery store, to build that university. Things that we have done in the past. I've been, me and Complex have been doing a lot of delving into the economic history of Black people, which is funny because most of us don't even really know about the economic history of Black people, really from 1865 to the 1960s. I mean, this history is completely locked away from Black people. And I know it's not by accident. I know it's not by, I know it's purposefully done. Because if you're taught that, hey, from 1886 to 1934, we had 134 Black-owned banks come into existence, you're going to get curious and say, wait a minute, what? How did we do that? What was our mindset? I told Conflict that I came across some information regarding Black towns. And one of these books that I have is, the book is talking about not just the towns that the book is covering, but what the book really delves into is what was the mindset of the Black people who built the town? What was the impetus for them coming together in the first place, seeing the need to come together in the first place to build those towns? Because if they were facing more dire circumstances, man, they really ain't have no choice but to come together. It's different now. You have a choice whether you want to come and work amongst your brothers, whether you want to work amongst your sisters. And so when you look at this history, because it wasn't just all Black men, it was mostly, but there were a lot of sharp Black women who were part of these processes as well. And so when we're having these discussions, we're having these discussions simply because we're trying to bring awareness to how distracted we are from the bigger picture. And
Yes.
that's the point that we're trying to get across when we're having these conversations. This has nothing to do with people like, oh, I'm better than you and stuff like that. But
Nothing.
we if we're men on this panel, we do recognize when a man is better than us. If we can recognize that in sports and don't have a problem with that, why is it such a hard thing to accept when it comes to business? Business who are saying, hey, that's clear evidence that the men are not trying to lord anything in your face. They're saying, hey man, do like I'm doing over here. Let's get this, because the more black men are engaged in business endeavors to create products that we buy on a consistent basis, the more likely we're going to go to that black man for that product that's going to put money in his pocket, that's going to put food in his family's bellies, and he's going to be able to take that money, invest, and even expand more, which is what it's all about. So when we're having these discussions, we're talking about a cultural identity that's centered around something that all groups form an identity. You can't talk about ancient Egypt and the pyramids and all of this type of shit without accepting the fact that Egypt had an economy that allowed it to build on that level. There is
Yep.
no, there is no, I'm gonna put it to you like, I'm just saying it straight up. You have no cultural identity if your group doesn't have a business philosophy. It's that simple. You have none. I don't give a damn what people say. They can walk around with red, black, and green t-shirts and sneakers and whatever the case may be. If you don't have a business philosophy that is driving the actions of your group to build the institutions that you want, you don't have an identity. You're going to be the type of people who go to politicians every election begging and getting nothing, which is what we see from black people. We see black people constantly going to every election, black people constantly pissed off because they do not focus on how the system works. They're more focused on how they feel about shit. And no group of people is going to be successful approaching this particular system or any other system with that kind of mentality. And what we talk about is really trying to transform that mentality so black men can trust each other enough to do business. That's one of the main reasons why I push Alonzo so much in this space. You want to know why? Because I know from having conversations with Alonzo, his job is hard as hell trying to get black people to buy into life insurance. I knew he
Right.
needed the help. And I took it upon myself. He didn't ask me. Every time I got on panels, I was digging his name up. But guess what though? Because I did that, the brother is making serious moves. His confidence has grown in what he's doing. He's always been good at what he's doing. He's doing. Now he's getting the reward for the work he's put in. And on top of that, he's somebody from a financial advising perspective that black men and black people can trust, because a lot of the reasons why a lot of black people don't want to do business or are scared of business is because they're scared. He's somebody that you can trust. I vouched for him. I put my name on the line for him, and because I knew what he was doing. And from the moment he stepped in this space, I had pushed him and encouraged him. And I can tell in some of since he's been able to do business in this space, which is what he wants to do. He wants black men in this space to trust him. So when they have any needs for their families, financial well-being, he wants them to believe in him that he's going to deliver that product to their families. So in those times of need, when they need that money, they'll have it. And so that's what this is all about. This is not about trying to beef with anybody. This is about trying to get shit straight and in order so we can actually work together like we used to until the 1960s hit.
All righty. That is nothing that I disagree with as far as, when it hit in the 1960s when we stopped working together. So, yeah, thank you. Yogami, thank you for the super chat. You say greetings to all. Long live the habitual line steppers. Long live, brother.
Yep.
Thanks for your generosity as always. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Uh, but
Also,
but we got Ian up here also. He's what up? What's going on? What do you want to say?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Peace to the
And
panel. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I think though, in a lot of cases though, we're not trying to invent the wheel either. You know what I'm saying? When we're talking about having an identity and business models or whatever, all of that has been done, and achieved. So, I mean, basically, you can go online and get any of that understanding in terms of business and finance. It's all within our fingertips. So essentially, I think part of the problem is a intention and motivation. you know um, we can have a business mindset, but if we don't have a culture to support that business, and I think that's maybe where we're getting at. We don't have a concern. Someone was talking in the chat about BGS's generation, didn't give a fuck about us, type of thing. So essentially, that becomes what the real issue is, that we're talking about amongst men. Do we really care about one another at all? Period. Whether it's from business to whether another man is happy in his relationship with his girlfriend or his wife. Just in general, uh, um, a concern, for the well-being of your brother, I think becomes what the overall issue is. And I think, a lot of guys do a lot of talking, but at the end of the day, I don't think they really do care. I mean, in the idea of questioning whether BGS cares about other brothers, I mean, goddamn, this guy has put out more information and brought more men together. God damn. So I'm gonna go ahead. Whoever just is go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
no,
Go
just
ahead.
quick question. Quick question. If
Nope.
that's the
No,
case, if
no,
that's
no.
if that if what you're
I'm
saying,
not answering questions right now.
Finish.
what?
I want to let me finish.
You breaking up, or is it me? Because I can't hear nothing you saying.
No, that was somebody else.
hey, can I just hop in and say something right quick? Because
I got
I
I got
gotta
my
hop
mic.
off soon.
There's several people got their mic.
You finish.
Hey, can I say something here?
Yeah.
I gotta hop off
Somebody,
soon. So
somebody should have popping. Somebody should have popping, dude. Like whoever's not muted. Okay, I think
Yeah,
that might
it was Rael.
Rael.
Jesus
okay.
Christ,
Okay.
man. Can I finish what I was saying, man?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Let him finish. All right. What up, Chaos Rain? Go ahead and finish.
Y'all can't do this shit every goddamn time, man.
I'm telling you to finish.
Yeah, where was I at? Yeah. Oh yeah, I was on BGS. Yeah. The idea, and again, questioning whether or not BGS cares about other men, right? The guy literally gives all of his time and energy to bringing brothers together so that they can have this sense of camaraderie and concern for one another. He's a nuclear, a kind of a magnet for that. You know what I'm saying? The amount of men that he's brought together, amount of information, that he's brought together is unlike any other person. Now, it's up to us then to do something with it. It's not for him once he's done his work, which is some really heavy lifting. It's up to us then. Okay, now what are we going to do with it? Not to continue like some bitches, continue nitpicking at what he's saying and doing. Right? He did his individual part. We all have a part to play. You know what I'm saying? And it's not critiquing other men and dick policing other men. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's really what the goal and what that's going to at the end of the day is going to be constructive, and it's going to build that bond in terms of other men feeling like you really give a fuck about them. I'll land there.
What was the what's this work that he's sending you out to do?
Okay, no, wait. I guess you didn't
Well,
you
no,
didn't
I'm
take it in
asking.
context.
I'm just asking him a question. Let him answer, please.
There's no work. He did his part already. Everybody, it's like I said, it's not a
No, 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 no. I asked him a question. He said that, see, so now it's incumbent upon us to get out here and do the work. And I said, well,
Right.
what work is that? Hold on, let him answer, bro.
Oh
I
my
asked him
God.
the question. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. I asked him the question.
Exactly.
What
Oh
was the
my
so?
See what
So
God.
I'm
you
talking
said,
about? See what I'm talking about,
yeah,
man?
yeah. No, wait, hold on. I asked him the question. So you said, what work are you getting out here doing based on what you've learned from him? Just, I'm asking. Wait,
Go
wait,
ahead, man.
hold on. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Let him answer.
It's childish, man. It is childish.
Right.
No,
I
just
got it.
just
I got
answer.
exactly why you
Just
were laughing,
answer
bro.
the question. All you got
See,
to
I
do is
get it.
answer it.
And even
All you
you're
got
even
no, no.
laughing
All
because
you got to do is answer it.
do you
All
know
he's
the
got to do is answer it. All he's got to do is answer
you're
the
even
question.
laughing
Yeah.
because you know how
Ha
fucking
ha ha.
immature he is
Answer
right
the question. What work are you doing out here right now as a result of what you learned from him? No,
Hold
wait,
on.
wait, hold on, dude. Let
Let
him.
him answer
Let.
the question. Just
Go
let
ahead.
him answer.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead,
Don't
bro.
tell
Go ahead.
me. Just let him answer.
Yeah, please.
If
I
he's
want to
gonna
hear
Much
him.
better,
continue,
Rael. Much better.
I want to hear him.
God, man. Wow.
But let me read
I,
the super chat since everybody stopped.
yeah, go ahead.
Hey, okay, the
I'm just
same.
waiting for him to answer the question.
Okay, well, yeah.
Hold
Let
on,
me
hold
read the
on,
super
hold
chat.
on,
Let
man.
me read the super chat. The same BGS who told brothers to move to China and get butt axed. BGS cares. That's a funny way to show it.
oh my! Everybody want to take one. Everybody want to take one thing out of and run with it. Like I said, it's not a one thing should
Hey,
feel
hold on,
all.
hold on.
Okay,
Hey, man, we just asked
I
the
got to
question. I'm still waiting
go
for
ahead and
homeboy
answer
to
the
answer the
question
question, man.
so he
So
because he won't get off of it, bro. I
Yeah,
know where you're
Well,
exactly.
going.
I did. Well, I did ask it, so I'm expecting an answer.
I mean,
Okay, go ahead, man.
you kind of transform the question from when you originally asked. Are you asking what I'm doing? Are you
No,
asking?
you said what you. Let me go ahead and just. I'll
You
run it
said
back.
many
I'll run it
different
back
things.
so you have it. I'll run it back so you have it. You said all this work that he's done, so now it's incumbent upon us to get out here and then do the work based on the information. I said, so you specifically, what work are you doing? What are you getting out here doing based on what you learned from him? Simple question.
What am I doing?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm doing a lot actually, but
Okay. Okay.
but
Elaborate.
but
Elaborate.
the question really becomes, what are you doing with the
No, no,
information?
no, no,
Not
no,
not
no, no. You said
not
it, not me.
what
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You said
Yeah,
it. So
you
I'm
came
saying,
with the
not
question.
not what am I?
you said you're
Oh,
doing a
god
lot. So I'm
damn,
saying, can you give us an
god
itemized
damn,
list?
bro.
Like elaborate,
Are you
elaborate.
gonna really are
Oh,
you
here
gonna
we
really
go. Here we go.
this bitch back and forth, bro?
I'm muted. I'm muted. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You got it.
That motherfuckers are too emotional. God damn. That's one thing.
You haven't
That's
answered the
one thing
question. You
you get.
haven't
Oh
answered the
my God!
question, dog.
That's one thing you need to get
No,
under
I'm asking a
your belt.
nigga a direct question. He answered the
Dude, you're
shit.
not
Man, I
anybody's
That's
ain't.
supposed to be on
father
the
up
thing.
here, man. Just answer the question, bro. It's that simple.
Right.
You said you're doing a lot of stuff, and he
Fuck.
says elaborate.
Man,
Answer
I
the
don't
shit.
know this.
Answer it, bro.
Hold on, complex.
I
Hold
don't
on,
know.
hold
Listen,
on.
bro. Listen. I know
I
now.
want to hear it.
Now you niggas are tag teaming. Now you doing that bitch shit again.
Dude, he didn't attack you. He asked you to elaborate.
Man,
That's what
I
he
didn't
did.
listen. I'm not. But listen, you doing that? You want to talk to that nigga? Then go ahead, or just mute your mics.
You came up on the
I
panel.
asked you.
Man,
I
mute
asked
your
you a
fucking
Hey, can
direct
mic
I
and talk to
question.
that nigga,
What are you
man.
talking about?
The
hey,
fuck,
can I
nigga.
You came on the panel, bro.
Bro,
Now
hey, can
you
I'm
I
want
talking.
to address
He
the
was
people on the
talking to
panel that
me.
asked you a
Mute your
question.
hey, can
fucking
I
mic,
say
bro.
hey, can I say something right quick? Because like I said, you gotta hop off stuff.
Go ahead, man. I was gonna go
Okay.
next, but go ahead, man. You can go before me since you got to go. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So listen, the problem, and I understand what guys like complex design, Ryo talking about economic productivity. I don't think anybody here is against that. Like, I don't think anybody here is against that. The problem with the collective argument is that most of the people that try to dominate the whole, when we talk about collectivism and whatnot, the problem is number one is that everybody keeps promoting groupthink, which is not an actual solution to our problem. And number two is most of the people that preach collectivism fall into two camps. They're basically either ball hogs or they're bench warmers. Think of the ball hogs like these successful people that are selfish assholes that are basically want to be like, like the head nigga in charge. and you got bench warmers, aka the people who are basically useless scrubs who want other black people to do all the hard work for them and for them to get the credit by proxy being associated with them, aka the niggas that want to get put on. In order to have success, okay, everyone has to be an active contributor. Think of teams like the Bad Boy Pistons from 1988 to 1990, or the Spurs in the 2014 finals, okay, where no one particular person stand out. Everybody just focused on doing their own individual job really, really well, and just kind of staying out of each other's way and being able to work together with each other when necessary, okay? There's nothing wrong with focusing on economic empowerment. In fact, the main thing that guys like Edward Edison have said is that if it sounds like a good idea for you individually and to help so-called black men, the point is don't wait on us to give you approval. Fucking do it. If it sounds like when you talk about the other brother when it comes to life insurance, okay, cool, do it. Help other so-called black people get life insurance.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, don't wait on approval. Don't wait on the space to do this or that. I'm like, fucking do it. Stop waiting on everybody else and just do it.
Okay, Big Hair, hold on. Now, it's interesting that you say that because obviously, and this is the problem in Black America that has been here probably for over 100 years. Mm-hmm. You have too many people when it comes to business who don't know what they're talking about when they're trying to critique people who know about business.
Right. Yeah.
That's like me trying to critique Dre on building a fucking house, doing all the work inside of a house that makes it functional, and trying to argue with him. And this has been this man's craft for at least 20 years?
Right. But unfortunately in the black community we do that shit a lot. That's what
Hey, let Ryo get through it then, Dre, you can go.
So that's my point. When we're coming to the space saying engage in business, what are we saying? We're saying that if we circulate our money together, what is that going to allow us to do? It's going to allow us to build and expand businesses so we can do what when it comes to black men in the group? Hire. Okay? We're going to be able to create jobs. So instead of you having to go work for that white man that you don't like, or that Asian man that you don't like, because they cracking the whip on your ass, work with your brothers. You give your brother respect, though. I have never worked up under a black man in any capacity and refused to follow his orders just because he's a black man. If he had the position of authority, I listen to it. I'm going to give him the same respect I will give that white boss. And so this notion, he made a very important assumption that really needs to be teased out. He said that the business people are going to be like, the most important one he said was ball hogs. I never took a dime from anybody in this space sharing any information that I know on business. I've never done it. So you can make that assumption about me. You can't make that assumption.
Oh no! I wasn't referring to you. I wasn't referring to you, Ryle. No, I'm talking about in general.
Make that assumption about Complex. You can't make that assumption about Mike V. You can't make that assumption about MOT.
Yeah, you better not.
Any of those people, because these have been some of the people. These have been some of the people who have shared a shitload of information on the Black Brain Trust regarding business and tech. So we don't channel hate. We debate the issue. Now, if you lose the debate, then you lost the debate. Don't say it when you lose the debate. I ain't gotta hate on nobody in this space. They can shut YouTube down. They can shut down YouTube tomorrow. It's still gonna be good. So it ain't no hate about this. It's about in every group of men, groups of men, they battle. And
Facts.
either you're strong enough to win your side or you lose. And if you lose, then you fall.
It is what it is.
And you gotta
It is
fall
what
in
it is.
line. You gotta fall in line. The problem
Yeah,
in Black
yeah.
America, and this ain't got this is part of the it has something to do with Black females to a certain degree because you got the single mom issue. But Black men have a serious problem. And this goes back to, and this is why we've been covering Booker T. Washington. Black men have a very serious problem following the leadership of competent Black men. That is
This ain't nothing new.
that is
Nothing
literally
new.
our Achilles heel as a collective group of men. That's our
Nothing new.
If we don't figure that shit out, man, we're going to be constantly dependent on other people for products. And like Alonzo said when he first came into space, Alonzo said this on Roger's channel when he first came into space. We need to be controlling industries. That's what he said when he first came in here. And I said, you're right. Because he knows the money that's out there. He's Do y'all understand the field that he's in? He's in life insurance. He's already broken down how even the banks have invested more money in life insurance than in the stock market. He's telling you, he's a spook. He's on the inside. He got the information, and he's like, "Hey, yo, come on in. Yo, this is where it's at right here." And instead of us clicking up like that, we have seen major content creators in this space, may God rest their soul, may peace be upon them, who have lost their lives. We've seen some of these people have GoFundMe set up. What if they would have linked up with Alonzo and started working with him? Okay? Instead of them having to do a GoFundMe, maybe family would have had a $200,000-$300,000 life insurance policy that could have had them secure for their children and their loved ones, instead of having to go to the public at large to ask for money to help bury their family and take care of their family. These are the types of issues that we are going to have to address. Some way, somehow, we gotta stop assuming that just because a Black man is more incompetent than you, he doesn't have your best interest. Because since I've been in this space, I know I have a lot of his competence. I have demonstrated a lot of competence, but I've also shared a lot of information, especially on business, that can help Black men advance themselves, because that's who I would rather be spending my money with if I had the choice.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like you said, I got to wrap up here soon. Again, Rael, and what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying you're wrong for saying, we need to focus on the business. I'm like, dude, do all of that shit. If it sounds like a good idea, if it sounds like it's going to help out you individually and it's going to help out brothers, I'm saying do it. Don't wait on, the space needs to do this, the space needs to do that. Just do it. Like, it's like,
who's saying that though?
No, I'm saying is that when you're explaining how, we need to focus on dominating industries, or we need to focus on, life insurance and stuff like that, to me, it's like, to use a sports analogy, it's like you telling me, oh, bro, dude, I can lock down the other team's best receiver, man. Bro, just put me on him, man. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I can put him on the island, man. That dude ain't gonna get no catches. I'm like, well, shit. That's my mindset. I'm like, well, shit. Sounds like you're pretty confident. I'm like, shit, go out there and do it. Shit, do your thing, buddy. I'm not gonna tell you not to. I'm like, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like a good idea. So I'm like, do it. Go ahead. Go for it.
Can I ask you a question? Are you in business? What
do you do?
No. I don't want to know what he does. I want to know, is he in business?
Okay.
I don't own my own business yet, but I do support some of us that do have businesses.
I do.
Yeah.
And Complex Design does too. And so, for example, the reason why we're pushing it, because what do we need in terms of business ownership? What do we need? We need customers. That's how you're going to generate. That's how you're going to generate. Hold on. That's how you're going to generate the money that you use to invest, so you can expand. So
Yeah.
it's not that you just do it. You have to have a demographic of people that you can sell your products to, just like
Yeah.
everybody else. That's what
I
marketing,
understand
that's
that.
what
Yes.
marketing
Yes.
is all about.
Yeah. Exactly. I understand, and that's why I'm saying, as far as like, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying what you're saying isn't good. I'm saying is that when you talk about we need to focus on business development and whatnot, yes, there needs to be a small percentage of brothers that need to become strong entrepreneurs. I'm saying is that all of these things are important. It's like tools in a toolbox when it comes to the business development, when it comes to guys focusing on fitness, when it guys warning younger men about the pitfalls of dealing with toxic women, and talking about when it comes to guys like Dr. T talking about how a lot of black men's issues are ignored. I'm like, all of these things are important. I'm like, that's why I'm saying, if it sounds like a good idea, do it. If it sounds like a good, like, because me listening to you, it's like me listening to like one of my close friends. You know what I mean? He always has some type of great business idea, and I tell him the same thing, just like how I tell you. Hey, if you got a plan of action, if it makes sense, if you have confidence in your ability to accomplish it, I'm like, fucking do it.
It is being
I'm
done.
like,
Well, no.
go
Here's the thing, bro.
ahead. I'm not
It
gonna
is
shit on
being
you. I'm not gonna shit on you.
You're
I'm
not,
gonna say,
you're not,
do it.
you're not,
Like,
it is being done though. That's the
you're not
thing,
getting.
right? It is being done. There's a lot of brothers, right, in this space, and I could tell you about them. Okay, it is being done, and that's the thing that's very curious to guys like us, because we hear what you just said. It's like, okay, what is being done, and we also hear, well, no, that is important, and then guess what happens as a result of that. So if the guys who are doing it then get aggressive about trying to push the information, then all of a sudden it's like, well, you're being disrespectful. It's like, well, wait a minute, hold on a
Well,
second,
this,
right?
but
Well,
what
wait,
I'm
just
saying is,
let me just get it out,
you
right?
realize
It's
I've
just
been
like,
waiting for like 15 minutes because I was next and then you went. But go
go
ahead.
ahead, Dre.
Because
No, you got
like
to
I
do.
said, one of the things
You got to.
I'm trying to,
all right,
like I
y'all.
said, I'm
See
trying,
y'all later.
like I
Thank you,
said,
Kev. Thanks for coming up.
but one of the things I've noticed is this, and I totally see we all are good ideas and like this, but I will say one of the most important things is that this space is actually condemned for. You got to solve the problems at home first, because if you don't solve the problems at home, you cannot solve the problems in the real world. And that's one reason why the manosphere keeps talking, and they always say all they do is talk about black women. Of course, because that's the most important. We fix that first, and why they keep trying to belittle that, but we fix the problems between men and women, black women and black women first. Then, unfortunately, the other races will not be able to compete with us. That's the one reason why when we were married at a percentage of 80%, we had all those great things. And you
So
would
no
think that you
majesty,
would,
no business
Fact,
success,
fact.
no
right,
business success without fixing the women shit first.
yeah, that unfortunately, because you got to have, this is the problem. Now it's now, like, we are outliners. Like you say, well, all of us here are on their own businesses. But no offense, back then, you think that just because there's 6 of us on this panel, that all of us are into something and got something going for us. We're the minority of the minority of the minority. Where back then
Okay.
there were plenty. There were like the men like us. You could find 10, 15 of them on one street. You know what I mean? Where now we
What's the
have to get
difference
together.
between
Well, listen,
difference
I'm trying to
between
say.
brothers like us and brothers like, I guess, like
Why
the other
let that
guys?
man
What's
finish
the
his
difference?
sentence, bro? God damn.
I'm just,
But what you could
what's the
find
difference?
10, 15 of us on the same street, where now you'll be able to find 10, 15 of us in the same neighborhood. Because the reason is this: is too much energy is expelled on other dumb shit. You got to have peace and stuff at home so you can be more productive out in the field, especially
Okay.
going with the things that a normal black man goes through. It's a reason why. They try to downplay it, and I wouldn't even be surprised. You got to really, some of these people on the internet are trolls. They don't have your best interest at heart. Some of the bad comments, we already know. I mean, we already knew this, but even like the Twitter files have come out and shown you how there's certain agendas or how certain bot networks take over an opinion and they make it seem like it's 10 times worse than it is. I mean, like literally, they know that, hey, we make sure that we keep these people separated. One, you reduce their numbers. They're not going to reproduce as much. That ends the problem there. You keep them separated. They're not out for self. So that way we can manipulate one side to do something that's not really in their best interest, as long as we pay one side and not the other. So that just further divides. You really need to get the black men and black women together. Like, God rest Kevin's soul, but, you know, he was trying to do that. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to go that. Now, what did the black men do? They say, okay, fine. What do we do? We've adapted to the situation. We realize, hey, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be able to get this type of woman. You're going to have to go elsewhere or do this, that, or the other, or have no kids all together, because you don't want to continue this line of progress that we got. We don't want to continue this progress of making multiple babies like Judge Dre out there, and you're not in home with, because I see plenty of the pitfalls that my children have from being with their mama too much. I mean, we see it every day. And I literally like that. I'm not even gonna lie. If I could snap my fingers and make all 4 of them disappear before I should let them go down the pitfalls, I'll do that in a heartbeat. I mean, literally. And people say, well, you do? Yes, because I see all the shortcomings that they have from me and their mothers not being together. Well, a lot of us men do that and they opted out. Hey, no, you're not gonna have kids. And the problem with that is when people don't have a family or anything like that to put into, then what do? You don't want an out for self thing for men, because when men go out for self, there's no community, no structure, no, hey man, as long as I got enough to eat today, I don't care. That you know, you're not going to get nothing out of that, because unfortunately you lose so much out of that. You don't want those type of employees. You want to hire more black men. How are you going to hire them? If the big man say, hey, man, I only need 24 hours a week to pay my bills. You know, we want to get something done. We want to make a company that rivals SpaceX or something like that. It's going to be hundreds of hours and thousands of hours per month work done by, say, black men if we want to overtake a company like that. But if the black men say, well, why am I working that damn hard for? I don't have a family to provide for. There's nothing when I come home. I'm working it. Why? So I can put all this money in the bank and die. I can't take it with me. Can't pass it down to any children. I mean, that's the reason why.
Facts.
And unfortunately, you got to fix that first. That's the most important thing. And they try to sit up here and keep belittling that. That is the most important thing in the black community. You want to eliminate black people, they're doing a very good job like that way.
All right.
Okay.
Let me say this.
I'm gonna drop off. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, complex design. I'm gonna let you get it, and then you go ahead. What you need to do. All right, man. You know, number one, I just want to remind everybody that I'm highlighting everybody's comments. You know, I know people are saying things about each other. And, I just wanted to show an example on this screen is how, people say stuff about me too. So, we have a tendency to do that. So let people get this off their chest, man. If they feel some kind of way, yeah, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. I don't control people's thoughts. That's one thing I do keep in mind. But, motherfucker ain't sunning me. Nope, nobody in any way, shape, or form on a Wi-Fi connection is going to sun me. So, mince your words, guys. That's all I'm saying.
No, boy, you are my son, Kevin. I'm better at drywall than you.
That also explain my emoji, my emoji for the night, my audio avatar, being, reducing myself to the size of somebody's son again. So
yeah, boy, I told you, boy. You
nigga
know,
rolls. So all right, go ahead, complex, and then
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna say this, man. I'm gonna drop off because I got work in the morning.
All right.
Look. Here's what I'm gonna say to all that, right? Like, you are what you consume. Like that means in the real world, I'm talking about the food you eat, the shit you watch on TV, type of shit you drink, stuff like that. then when it comes to social media and all that kind of stuff, the premise follows the same. You are what you consume. See, that's the tail of the tape. See, so we can expound on all of the what ifs and all that kind of shit. But see, when it comes down to it, when the rubber meets the road, you are what the fuck you consume. Okay. And what's also reflective of that, the content that you create. That lets us a lot. That lets me guys like me know, for example, a lot of the thoughts that occupy your mind, right? Like people typically are going to make content based on the things that occupy their mind, right? I'm a big radio controlled car guy. I'm a motorsport junkie and all that kind of shit. So if I showed you my YouTube feed, mostly it's like cars and gadgets and electric bikes and all kind of crazy shit. Okay, but I'm telling you right now, that's what occupies my mind. I make a shit ton of content all the fucking time. Plants occupy my mind. So I make a lot of videos on gardening and stuff like that. That's what occupies my mind, right? See, so in my little simpleton, non-intelligent brain, I tend to like deduce things to an Occam's razor type of premise, right? Where the simplest explanation is the correct one, or usually the most accurate one, or the most intelligent one, based on its linearity to get from cause to effect. See, I'm at the point where I'm just like, for as intelligent as like black men like to pontificate and shit like that, you know, very little gets done. And what I find is that it's really all for the tube or for the gram or for Facebook. It's all that type of shit. There's no meat, no real meat behind the shit. It's not. Okay, it's not. That's why I'm like, okay, well, you can feel some kind of way about me all the fuck you want. But see, the one thing you can't do is ever question what the fuck I came here for. Because the receipts are all here. And I ain't asked you for a fucking dime. There's a lot of brothers in this space that have done the same thing. Put a lot of information out here that you can benefit from, ain't asked you for shit, and never told you that a bitch was gonna get in the way of you and some money. I've never told you that. I don't agree with that premise. You know what? You want to know why? Because it doesn't reflect in my real life. See, so I would be a fucking fool to sit up here and literally co-sign that bullshit. With that, I'm out, y'all. Y'all have a good one, man. Peace. Well, I'll hit you.
All right, bro.
All right, Complex Design, thanks for coming through once again. And I want to let y'all know is that although I do run a YouTube channel that is considered a smoke show on Sunday nights, I am not trying to encourage or, you know, I'm just trying to say that there are problems that were already existed before I had any of these smoke shows, and this is a black men's channel, so just kind of say what you want, but we know when it's time to do certain things as far as our content. So if anyone feels that I'm causing division amongst black men, then real sorry for you, but that's not
It's
my
always
intent.
Kevin's fault.
Yeah, it always.
No,
I
man.
mean,
This fucked up
so
ass channel, man. What's wrong with
okay,
you, Kevin?
all right, that's enough. But all right, but let's continue.
Let me
All
just
right.
get this out. Okay.
Well, let
Um,
me say this then. I think that everybody is making good points, and I don't necessarily understand what the contention is, especially
Hey
what
man,
what
and Rael was about to start, man, and you kind of came in second.
But
So
I mean, if we're going a round robin, it would have been my turn. But go ahead.
this is his show, bro.
all right. I mean, Rael said he was about to get out of here. That's why I was saying that. He said he ain't gonna be here too. Go ahead, Rael.
Um, one of the main reasons why I stopped dealing with the pro-black sectors, and this goes back to my college days. Um, when I checked this particular female at my school, who was having sex with black male and female students, it wasn't the women who pushed back against me. It was the guys.
Ooh,
And
man, go ahead.
and I couldn't believe it. It's just thinking about it is still bewildering that it was the guys who came to her defense. Now, this was a female that was married. Her husband taught at one of the colleges that she taught at. And it was all this rhetoric around black people and black community and blah, 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 blah. She had the locks and the natural hair and go to Africa and, had all the cultural accoutrements, man, that gave off the impression that she was down for a community.
Hello everybody.
The reality was she was anything but a community-oriented female. Because the kind of behavior that she was engaging in was the kind of behavior that could have got men killed. At one point in time, she was dealing with one of my homies. And she had her husband had went through the whole phone bill just calling numbers that she had been calling. And he left a message on my homie's phone, and my homie had just got a gun. And he told her straight up, he said, look, tell your dude to fall back, man. At this particular time, she's going through their divorce or whatever. And the reason why there were so many black males who were unwilling to check her was because so many of those black males wanted to fuck her. And it was weak as fuck to me to see black men sell out for a piece of ass that 20-something-year-old college students were getting. I'm talking about older dudes, though.
Yeah.
who should have been elder. But guess what? It was those so-called dudes who people thought were elders who were the real bitch niggas.
Oh man.
They were real bitches. And see, they tried to push back against me. Well, see, like I told them, I said, don't let this school shit fool you. I used to pack my 9 in my book bag on campus. And I told them, I said, hey, I'll be in 2 places. I'll be in the gym or I'll be in the weight room working out. If you want to see me, that's where I'll be. But you better be prepared. And I didn't have no problems with them. And I backed them all down. Why? Because I stood on principle. Because I was sitting there looking at like, y'all doing all this research. They're doing all this research. And y'all talking about this white man and all this other bullshit. And your own brother can't trust you around his wife.
Thank you.
How the fuck we gonna build a community when we can't even trust black men around our women? Because I don't do that shit. I don't play that shit. That's a code that I ain't breaking. I ain't doing a black man like that. That shit ain't cool. People do things, when they're young, when one of those young dudes, when he was doing that, he didn't know no better, 18, 19, he just happy to get a piece of that. He didn't realize what kind of world he was stepping into banging another man's wife. And like I told one of my professors in the department, I said, what if that dude would have flipped his wig and came through this department with a shotgun and laid all y'all ass down?
Right.
You ain't got nothing to do with it. You ain't co-signing on anything. None of that. I said, this woman is putting people's lives in danger. Okay. And see, that put a real sour taste in my mouth. So from that point on, anybody that comes with this intellectual mumbo jumbo, this pseudo intellectual, I got the massive PhDs. I'm looking at them with a very keen eye. Cause I ain't trying to hear none of that bullshit I heard when I stopped fucking with them niggas. Because at the end of the day, and I've been showing this through the research I've done, the streams that we've done on Booker T. Washington on the Black Brain Trust, and we got some more shit coming too, because I ain't finished. Because one of the things that I wanted to learn what I was really trying to figure out, and I've said this before, I was trying to figure out that why every time we talk business, we get so much pushback. And then I found the source of it. I found the source of contention and where it started, where it really fully started and blossomed. And it started with Du Bois going against Booker T. Washington first, and then going against Garvey. You had the intellectual, black intelligentsia that was trying to undermine both of these guys. So if you call yourself a black nationalist, especially in the vein of somebody like Garvey. Garvey was emphatically a capitalist. He stated unequivocally that he was about getting to that money. He said, if Africa is right for the white man to go over there and get some money, then it's good for us to go over there and get some money too. And I've said this numerous times, what do black men want? Do you want entertainment or do you want institutions? Me, I'm going to focus on building the institutions necessary, because I know at the end of the day, when I'm gone, there's going to be black boys and black girls who are going to need scholarship money. And some of us have benefited from scholarships set up in the names of black people and have been able to utilize that money to further their education. And so that's what Booker T. Washington was trying to drive home to black people, setting up your own institutions so you can build out. His school wasn't just a school for trades. His school was a school where black people and black men specifically could learn how to do business. This is why they had education in their skill set, and then they would get education in how to become entrepreneurs, because he knew exactly what black people needed at that particular time. And the intellectual class hated the fact that Booker T. Washington was basically the leader of Black America for that time. And y'all don't have to take my word for it. You can go on YouTube right now and pull up a lecture by the great Dr. John Henry Clark, may peace be upon him, who did a lecture on Booker T. Washington that I saw back in 2010. And he said that Booker T. Washington was the best leader black people had. Now, I challenge anybody to refute him. Because, boy, if you try to refute him, you better have a whole bunch of research that shows he was wrong. And I'm pretty sure ain't nobody on this panel or in this chat is going to be able to refute it. Because after I did the research, I'm in complete agreement with him too, because of what he represented. So when I speak, I come in that vein. My great-grandfather in Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, had that same mentality that Booker T. Washington had. And I even recently found out that one of my great-granddad's brother, he was named after Booker T. Washington. That's how much respect Booker T. Washington had. It blew my mind. So when I'm doing this, doing these streams on Booker T. Washington, this is a way to show respect and reverence to the ancestors who went before us and showed us a blueprint on how to get things done. Because he refused to let black people fall by the wayside, and he was a visionary that we needed at that time. And he actually has results that he left behind in terms of a legacy. He has the National Negro Business League that is still in existence, and he also has Tuskegee that's still in existence. So I'm still waiting for people to show me what Du Bois left behind, because them books ain't getting it, because most black people ain't even reading that shit. But there are black people that's going to Tuskegee getting that education.
And yeah, what I would
okay.
say.
Oh yeah, Ian, because BGS gets got here too. So go ahead, Ian. Sorry. I mean, I don't have to say sorry, but I'm just trying to show you the proper courtesy. Then after you, BGS.
Oh, Ian can go.
No, I said after Ian, BGS. I did say that.
Okay. Oh yeah, no. Again, what I said, I don't understand what the contention is at all. trying to make these delineations between the intelligentsia and the business class and all these type of things, trying to make a delineation between uh, the family structure breakdown and business breakdown. All these things are together. They go together. You know what I'm saying? There is no business without family, and there is no business without the intelligentsia. Booker T. Washington. He didn't have a business that he where he earned the money himself to build Tuskegee. You know what I'm saying? That was a land grant. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
There are intelligentsia involved, and that nigga getting what he got. You understand what I'm saying? So Du Bois and Booker T,
You wrong,
they
but go
they
ahead.
they might have had two. God damn! Don't start that dumb shit.
Right.
Got okay. So Booker T and Du Bois might have had some opposing views, but both of them were necessary. It wasn't about this idea that you can go through history and trying to think that you can pick winners and losers based on your egoic principles. That's just retarded. You know what I'm saying? Neither one of them niggas would have been on your side. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? So let's stop the fucking cap. You know what I mean?
Right.
Those niggas were great men in their own right, no matter what position that
Where's
they
your
had.
research? What
You
research have
feel
you
you
done?
feel what I'm saying? Only small minded niggas thinking you can juxtapose one black man against another and just take the
Hmm.
winner out of that. That's not
What
how the
Right.
research
shit
have you
works.
done to back up what you're saying?
Business domination does not work in terms of one man outbeating another. It takes a collective of men working together to build a successful business model. And again, like I said, I don't understand the contention because again, when you have men that distrust other men, like you're saying, like Riles was saying, the distrust of the intelligentsia and the pro blacks and whatever, that's the same distrust that you're going to have in business. You cannot have a
Hmm.
business model based on distrust, just the same as you can't have pro black. And I'm trying to figure out how in you guys' minds you thinking you making all these fucking separations. I'll land there.
Right.
I'll tell you why we're making a separation because everything that you said was just false. First of all, Booker T. Washington and Du Bois, they had differing views. I mean, the research shows this. Okay, this is a fact, and the reason why we also know it's true is because somebody who was influenced greatly by Booker T. Washington because he read his book Up from Slavery was Marcus Garvey. Now, he wasn't even considered ADOS.
Hmm.
But when he came to America, he didn't want to meet Du Bois. You know who he wanted to meet? He wanted to meet Booker T. Washington because he was
Okay.
inspired by Booker T. Washington. And one of the things that he wanted to do was he wanted to replicate what Booker T. Washington did in Alabama and take it back to Jamaica and do the same thing.
He did that with government though.
Oh, hold on. Now, when you look at the track record, Marcus Garvey was getting millions of dollars from the support of black people, which caused a lot of jealousy from the intelligentsia, which is why they had a Garvey must go campaign. They went to the federal government and they pushed for the federal government to lock up Marcus Garvey. So I'm confused because last time I checked, black people don't like snitches. But
Okay.
for some reason, when it comes to this particular side, the same side that when Bill Cosby was going through his shit was the same intelligentsia that was attacking Bill Cosby. See, history ain't changed. History ain't changed. They didn't defend Bill Cosby. They made all these excuses to side with white people. And you want to know why? Because many of these losers hate on the black business class from white institutions. That's their platform. They use the megaphone that they
Cosby
are
is
able
an
to have
entertainer, man. What are
from
you
white
saying?
institutions. They have the megaphone from white institutions to try to hurt the business interests of people like Cosby and even going back to people like Booker T. Washington. So let's be clear.
Bill
There
Cosby is an entertainer.
I did the research. See, I don't just bump my guns up off shit I don't know.
Maybe you can't hear me. Bill Cosby is an entertainer.
Hold on. I actually did the research, and I've been doing streams on this on the Black Brain Trust.
Land your plane, bro.
If you want to learn, you can pull up on it.
Land your plane.
But you don't tell me to land my plane. I ain't your fucking child.
You're asking me to do research.
I ain't your child, bro. But I'm not your child.
You're asking me to do research.
But I'm not your child.
You're telling me to do research, though.
Don't tell me to land my plane.
Let me know when it's my turn, okay?
I thought I was in the space about thinking black men who love research.
Kev, let me know when it's my turn, okay?
Ouch.
Soon as we start refuting y'all talking points, now y'all want to get aggy. I ain't agitated. Everything I'm saying. Go ahead.
All right. Oh man. Oh man.
I'm sorry. Hey, my mic was on mute. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, BGS. You got the floor.
What I don't understand, and this is my problem, right? Okay. This is YouTube's wide open platform. Nobody's stopping anybody from doing anything. Okay. It's the problem. Okay. Nobody, whatever side you think is on, nobody stopping anybody on whatever channel that they're on from doing anything that they want or put out any information that they want. Nobody's stopping you. Thing is, so why I don't understand is all this irritation that certain people are doing, trying to gather attention to their channels, okay, by bothering other people. If your work is solid, your work is on point, it's actually can penetrate the people, okay, and penetrate the people's mind, push it, okay. You don't need us, you don't need me, you don't need people that are in my network, okay. You don't need them. You don't want them anyway. So in other words, why do we have all this contention when it's not necessary? Everybody, there's billions of channels and billions of people on YouTube, right, all over the world. Black people all over the world, right? Ain't no need to fight, okay? Ain't no need to fight over a few people. That's what I want to. That's what I don't get. What's all the contention for?
Unfortunately.
You paused.
The thing is, you pause all the time, sir. Okay,
I'm saying you pause.
You
pause. I ain't 5 years old.
We let you talk.
But you pause. I'm going to let you finish.
Bro, you just got here, Rio. Joe, chill, bro.
Ain't nobody talking to you, dog. This is between me and him. They say got shit to do with you.
That wasn't even talking. I was talking, okay?
I know you was, but you paused, so I thought you was finished.
Oh, well, I'm not finished.
I'm going to fall back, bro. If you let me get it out, I was going to fall back. He interjected. I was going to fall back. I thought you was finished.
I wasn't finished.
You wasn't finished. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, BGS.
In other words, basically, the thing is, there shouldn't be this much contention. If you put your ideas on the market and it wins, okay? Because what's his name? The guy that does insurance, right? Basically, he got a whole bunch of sales, man, when he was on my channel. They had 8,000 views on my channel, right? We had him, Sauchi, and a couple of others. Got all business people talking business, talking finance, talking taxes, talking real estate, talking insurance, right? Had 8,000. Now it's like 12,000 views, right? Okay, because it came out in a way that people could actually digest it. I didn't have no problem with him. He comes on my channel. Time he comes on my channel, he gets views. I have no problem with him. I have no problem with business people. Sauchi is a finance expert, right? I have no problem with these people. I have science people on my channel. I have no problem with it, right? I have the people in politics on my channel. I ain't got no problem with it. I don't go to nobody else's channel bothering them about views. Kevin can tell you, I don't come to Kevin's channel talking about my channel. I don't come proselytizing. I don't come arguing with people about my view or whatnot. Okay, I sit there and I chat. I try to blend in with whatever's going on. Okay, I don't come here. I don't come to somebody else's channel to fight. I don't sit up there and chat negative stuff about people. Right? I come in, try to respect the man's channel, and that's all I've been saying. If I try to, I don't know what about other people. When I try to come to other people's channel, I try to respect their time. I don't try to come in and throw mud at other people or have fist fights with other people. I could do that on my channel. My thing is there's more than enough space, and we've proven there's more than enough space on YouTube to do whatever you want, whatever viewpoint you want to put out, and nobody stops you. So why are you trying to stop somebody else?
BGS, let me ask you a question. Respectfully.
Go ahead.
What do you think of this whole thing that people say that you're sunning content creators, or you know, the YouTube daddy thing, and like I have to speak as far as I'm concerned. Other content creators can react how they want to react, but what kind of response you have when they say that you have, that particular sound bit from that smoke show from the a couple weeks ago?
Okay,
What, what are you,
the sound bit was not towards you anyway. The thing is, what I was trying to say is
oh,
that
I
okay,
don't
go ahead.
think I don't
I might not have heard it.
the
Okay,
one that AM1 did on his
I
show, and
I have
from
I probably didn't even hear it, so I have
oh,
no idea. What did you
okay.
say?
This is the part where you were saying that it's hard for you guys make it hard to support smaller content creators. Remember your final
Oh
statement.
yeah, I was saying that to the
Yeah.
audience, I wasn't saying it to you.
Mm.
Because it happened on Art of New Style show. It happens on the Breakdown show, right? The audience would actually make it hard for bigger content creators like me, Upset, and whoever, right, to actually support content creators like you. Okay,
Mm.
because you're not making these people come up and throw fits. That's not you. I was actually speaking to the audience. I wasn't speaking about you. It wasn't even about you because
Cause me,
because I could have addressed you. You know, I could have addressed you if I had a problem with you. Okay.
yeah, I understand. You could have addressed me at any time when you had a problem, and
Yeah.
I mean you did. I mean you had a problem. You did make a couple of broadcasts on that smoke show, and like I said, people can make the content they want to make, and
Yeah.
people have the right to respond to
Yeah.
anything that they want. I mean they
Yeah.
can put whatever they want on their channel.
Yeah.
There's nothing that I've tried to control with anyone or anything. But the thing is, what I've always stayed consistent to is if you say something about somebody has the right to respond.
Yeah. They do.
So that's what I'm saying. But as far as me being sunned,
No.
emasculated,
No.
I don't
No.
even I don't even like that kind of shit being associated with me.
No.
Period. I
No.
don't like it at all. And cause see, for me, I'm a grown ass man. I think it's impossible for me to get sunned on a Wi-Fi connection. That's me speaking from Kev's point of view. So
Oh, even people that I disagree with, man. If they have a good if they have a good flow and they're respectful, okay. I mean, I've had even somebody like Ty City, right? Talk about SBE, right?
yeah.
Well, he didn't get his point across. He was on there for 3 hours
Right.
answering questions. He was on there for three. He wasn't on there for like 15 minutes. I dropped it. He was on there for almost 3 hours. He left. Okay. I said, "Do you
Mhm.
have anything else to say about SB?" He said, "No, I got to go." He
Okay,
got it all out. It was
so
3 hours.
you're saying that you gave him the floor to say
Yeah.
anything that he had to say.
Okay. This is the problem I used to have in the Coliseum, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we have like 10 people up there, right? People come up, right? They all want to attack him at once. I said, put him in a chair, okay? One at a time, ask him questions, okay? And he'll get a chance to answer everybody one at a time. Get all your ideas out, okay? Get all your ideas out. You have 3 hours to actually do it. Is you have 10 people asking different questions about your idea. If it stands up, it stands up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you have 3 hours to get it out. You got plenty of time. Everybody's ever had in the Coliseum or on my channel. If you have a consistent idea about what you want to say, okay, people have the right to actually ask you questions, right? Actually interject about a different point. Some people like to go on for 15 minutes. No, make a point. Somebody's going to question. Okay, explain that to me. Go in
Mhm.
detail about it. Okay, I didn't get that. I said that doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain it? And if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Okay. But the thing is, you have ample opportunity to actually doing it. That's respectful. Okay. That's respectful. That's why I did it. That's why I cut. I even on that show, Kevin, what's his name? Edward wouldn't shut up. Had to drop him. Yeah, Edward. It's not that he's got to talk. He's got to answer his questions, and he can't do that with you in here. So I dropped him. Let the man talk. Let him get it out. There's gonna be questions. He's gonna be grilled just like anybody else. But the thing is, if your ideas hold up, it holds up. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay, let me ask you a question. This is kind of a character question. Did
Mhm.
that do anything to damage you and Edward's
No,
rapport?
no. He
Okay,
laughed about it. Yeah. Well, he's been
okay,
around me for so long that he just laughed about it. He knew he was actually going to get dropped because I actually warned him like 4 times. Edward, back off, man. Let him talk. But Edward, stop. And then I dropped him.
Yeah, because he'll keep going.
He'll
I
keep
was there
going.
that day. I
Yeah,
was that I
yeah,
was there.
yeah.
Unfortunately, like some people like you, Kip, and one of the problems I think that too with us black people, and a common problem we have is this: we like to answer questions sometimes like women. You know what I mean? Like we want to give a long diatribe out there. Like, even like I made a comment today. I said, even me, when it's something I don't know about, like you said, me and you've gone at it. I've
Yeah.
never gave you a long drawn out answer. I'm like, I don't really know the details on that, but this is what I think.
Mhm.
And it's been time, like I told you, I give a direct answer because hate to say, sometimes people are like they like the YouTube shorts. They want the quick, hey, no, but this. You either answer the question, yes, no, maybe so, and then go into your diatribe. But when you go into your diatribe first and don't want to answer the question, a lot of us in this sector of this, because we are a lot thinking, man, we want to know, oh God, you've been around your mom too long. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
that just brings up bad, that just goes bad in this sector. Answer the question first and then go into your diatribe.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask a question, make it short so the guy can actually answer it,
Right.
not
Right.
give a 5 minute
Diatribe
long
first.
question.
Right.
Yeah. If you interrupt, I always stop for a question. If it's just a question, okay,
Right.
and I'll actually answer it. But most people don't like that. They don't like actually the flow. They actually
Yeah.
interrupt.
Let me finish.
Yeah. I
Is
know.
the
I know.
house red or blue? I'm gonna tell you what color the house is after all of this. I'm like,
Yeah.
well,
I
I just
know.
want to know, red or blue.
But the audience is listening. They can't pick it up. If I can't follow, they can't follow it. So
Right.
so I asked. I don't understand it. Let me stop him. What does that mean? Okay.
Right.
What
Like
does that mean?
sometimes we need to come up with a little sign of like question, so that way we know it's only so the people don't get offended and know that, hey, you still got the floor, but I just want to see where we going with this.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, I ain't gonna lie, that's one of the bad things we have in our space. Thank God I might have to give work. You might see me back on YouTube eventually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I
And
hate to say it needs to come back, and I see a lot of problems wrong.
yeah. Go ahead, Ian. I'm sorry.
No, the thing is too, man, this is hilarious, but shit, I'm laughing, I'm losing my fucking train of thought. But anyways, the thing is, I'm not willing to support a business who are doing what the women do, because essentially what the women are doing, they're trying to corner the market through some victimization of tactics where they require affirmative action of attention and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Like on the dating market, like, okay, we're victims, so you need to give us you need to give us par this and this kind of fucking head start. So anytime a man, anyone is talking about business, you talking about business, and then you're complaining about not getting a head start and things being unfair. I'm like, okay, that doesn't seem like a viable business to me. You understand what I'm saying? That doesn't seem
Right.
like a viable business model or something I want to invest my time and energy, or I even want to listen to if it's a complaint that you're not getting your just due. But again, that's not how businesses work. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Businesses, you can, if you're a business, you can't complain your way into getting customers. You know what I'm saying? You
Let
gotta
him respond.
rely on the fucking product, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to I'm getting my wires crossed and trying to understand where niggas coming from. Okay.
All right, Ryle, you got it. You got it, Ryle.
When did I ever complain? This is ridiculous. First of all, I have never complained about my business at all. Okay? Anybody that's known me in this space knows that a lot of people know me, particularly as it relates to business, for advancing Alonzo's business. Okay? So it wasn't even personal. It wasn't even selfish. It was brother to brother. And Alonzo's first big deal in this space was brokered by me. I was on a panel with Marty, and he had some concerns with his life insurance that he had with some other people. I think they were white. I texted Alonzo and I said, hey, you got somebody on this panel that I'm on that you might be able to get as a client. He said, a word? I said, yeah, come on up. He got on the panel. I forgot whose channel it was. They gave him the chance to speak on it. Marty liked what he heard. And then they go in the back chat and they share their information. Marty dropped a lot of money with Alonzo. Okay. So when people sit here and talk about somebody complaining, first of all, I know how to do business. And I also know the Black customer too. And for all the Black people who sit here and talk about Black communities and stuff like that, why would Black business want to build businesses for Black people or to try to serve Black customers if they're not going to get any market share from them? Because y'all don't say that shit when white people are saying all this other bullshit in their businesses and stuff like that and all this. Y'all don't say all that shit with them. They can say whatever they want to y'all and y'all gonna go right to that damn business and buy that shit.
Well, unfortunately,
all of a sudden now, when it's a Black person saying some shit that you don't like, now all of a sudden I ain't supporting that shit. See, I don't do shit like that. If a Black person has now, it's different if the Black person disrespects you personally. That's different. But see, this ain't that. This is discussions. And if you're going to talk about a Coliseum, well, I don't know if y'all know anything about the Roman Coliseum, but that shit was contentious. It was. Because it's a fight over ideas. So I can defend my ideas. I can defend my positions. That's why I don't complain about the tenor of the conversation. But when people have people that they cheerlead for, then they just automatically come to their defense because they rock with them. But they can be wrong. Now, when I first came in this space, I didn't get on no panels talking. You know what I did? I sat and listened. And I gave all content creators a chance.
Well,
to show me what they was about. I didn't get on one panel for 2 years to see the positions that people spoke from. Okay? Because I do my own research. When I came to this space, I had my own goddamn books. I don't need nobody in this space to provide no books for me. Because I came to this space a reader. Okay? I came in this space informed. Okay? So I didn't need nobody on a panel telling me to be productive and all the other shit. I already came into space on that. I came into space to encourage Black men.
Can I ask a question?
That's what I came in here doing.
Can I ask you a question, Royal?
Sure.
I said that one of the things that I realize is still, in this space is, the space is full of a lot of us with a lot of shortcomings. Like all of us have shortcomings. Every one of us. There's no, and unfortunately, I think that on certain times and in certain given days, sometimes just shows are not about certain things. And I think that a lot of times we still looking for that like one tool that just fixes everything. And I see that runs rampant in here. It's like there's no one catch all be all. Like in the beauty, that's the beauty of this space is like, hey, you see something that you don't like, it's either you can go somewhere else and do what you don't like in your own type of way, or you can go somewhere else and pay money to the people who's doing it in a way that you support. Like you like me, I was with one of the biggest content creators in this space.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the way he was doing certain things. Even when I branched off on the show on his, I did it my way. Eventually, it was, it became too much because, I was putting too much into it. And I didn't have the time because, me working on the houses and all that stuff. So what did I do? I started finding content creators that I liked, and those are the shows I go to that are doing something in a way that I can at least agree with. I don't agree with everything that they do, but I can at least I see the positives of this.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of times is we have that. We think that it's like a one channel fit all thing, and it's just not that.
Yeah.
Well, Dre,
let me tell you.
I'm gonna end it on this. When Alonzo went up on BGS's stream,
Mm-hmm.
The business one he referenced,
Mm-hmm.
he was talking to me before he went on there.
Okay.
And it was me that told him to get on there.
Okay.
I didn't say, man, I don't like that nigga, man. Fuck that nigga. Don't get up there. You want to know why? Because I wasn't going to put my own personal shit that ain't even there, because I'm going to argue the topic. It ain't personal to me. I didn't put none of that shit in front of his advancement.
Yeah.
Because if I would have said to him, because out of respect for me, he probably wouldn't have went on the stream. I said, nah, bro, get up there. Because see, I don't have to get along with a nigga to see like, hey, yo, use that shit for you. Use it for yourself. Because I ain't a hater, bro. I could have did that. A lot of niggas would have did it in the space, because a lot of niggas do that shit in the space.
Yeah. If I was a hater, he wouldn't have got up there. But I allowed him up there.
I said, based on the contention involved in the conversation, I could have done that. I didn't do that. That's the point.
And I allowed him up there.
You didn't have no contention with Alonzo, though.
Huh?
You didn't have any contentions with him.
The thing is about who he rocks with. Okay, I could have done the same thing.
Who cares who he rocks with?
The same way you did it, I did the same thing. Okay, same thing. Okay, well, let's. When I first got to this space, okay, coming from the white space, okay, I created my own space basically. Okay, because what I saw when I first came over here, that the streams, the panels, actually formulated by people that they knew.
Yeah.
And I said I'm not going to do it that way, okay, because I didn't like it. So I put the link in the description and then into the chat. Anybody can come. It's been that way ever since. It's still to this day. BJ's, how come you don't lock down your panels? I've never done it. I'm not going to do it now. Still today, people come up. Okay, they might be ugly. Might not know them. Okay, as long as you're respectful, you can come up.
Right.
Been doing that for damn near 9 years. I was the first one to actually really do that. Nobody else did that before. The Coliseum was named by the people that came up there. I didn't name it. Okay. When I first came here, I didn't join the Black Manosphere. They recruited me in. Obsidian and Angry Man recruited me. We need you in this space. So basically, I created a space that I wanted to create. I didn't ask anybody. I didn't bug anybody. I didn't follow people around trying to say, look at me. If I'm good enough and my information is good enough, people will actually come. And that's what they did. Rightfully so.
Mm.
I created my own space. When Kevin and Roger came in, right? Okay, they created their own space. Okay, and they said, "Can you help?" I said, "Sure, man. Just give me your shit." Nobody else would carry this stuff, right? I said, "Give me that list, man." Okay, I don't have to worry about it. I'm not afraid of anybody. I don't care about carrying. If people rock with you, they rock with you. Just like somebody did it for me. That's why I do it.
All right. Hey, let me make
Go
this
ahead.
point real quick. This is where I first met Alonzo Hall. I rock with Alonzo. This group been up for 6 years. This is my creation. This is what actually brought me to YouTube.
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
know, the creation of this Facebook group right here. 22.7K members. And the question I want answered is, out of 22.7K members, when you see a space like this, why is everybody, always trying to focus on bullshit all the time?
Yeah, that's what they like. That's
Yeah,
what
I
they like.
mean, it's like, we
They
get
love the drama.
you can present it. You can present it as a marketing opportunity. A chance for intelligent people to network. And the thing is that I find with all of this, people can say that, like, and this is no dig to anyone, but people can say all day that they want this and they want that. They want to see forward motion, but the things that they used to be attracted to the most were the troll posts, the fuckery. And
Mhm.
I used to really push back on that. I say, y'all say y'all want this, but all of you are on this page. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about black men. Let me just be honest. Whenever a black woman says something
Yeah.
stupid, they
Yes.
flock to that
Flock
shit.
to it. They
They
do.
Oh,
flock
love
to it.
Yes.
And I'm just like, yeah, that's what that's right. That right there is the mentality at this point. We have that. There has to be some push to fix the mentality, and that could be on behalf of males or females. But
Yeah.
as far as Alonzo Hall is concerned,
Mhm.
he does on his channel give information that people should be paying him to get.
Yes.
Okay.
I've always said that. So
Question for you, Kevin.
what's going on?
Question for you. Like you said, like every time a black woman posts something stupid, as you say, they flock to it. But then that's the
It's like
show.
moth to a fucking flame.
Yep.
Right,
They
right.
do.
But for two, one of the things is this, and that surely highlights another thing we said, that unfortunately, like the women say, all I do is bash black women, or this, that, and the other. But black women don't see this. It's not that they're really bash. It's really more constructive criticism more than anything. But really is that should show black women that black men really do feel that you guys are important.
Yeah.
Because by them talking about you, they're trying to get you back in shape. Once they don't, like when y'all come out and say something stupid and black men don't care, then you really got
Yeah.
something to worry about.
That's indifference. Yeah. That's
Right, can I
truly
ask you a
indifference.
question? Right.
Hmm?
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Are your sons going to develop by anything that will show their mothers in a negative light? Or are they going to develop by following your lead in what you do in your
Okay.
profession?
Well, I'll tell you, for my sons, this my two sons, my oldest son, he does not date black women. Period.
No, I'm not talking
Even though
about.
I
Hold on, I'm not talking about who they date. I'm saying, are they
know how
going
they act.
to more from that particular type of conversation, or by following you? Because I here in Texas, especially when it's nice weather, when I see roof work being done in my neighborhood or people's rooftops, when I see them doing work on people's houses, painting, stuff like that, cutting people's yard, landscaping, you know what I see?
Mhm. What?
The grown ass men,
Mm-hmm.
young boys learning.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you from my experience, and what I say is this: this is the bad thing we have with the black community. Now, you see me; I'm an open book. You can ask these hard questions, and I'll tell you the truth. None of my children are grown now, right? I haven't had a call from neither of any of my children. Talked to my daughter about 6 months ago. Was the last one. I haven't spoken to my son. I did my son about 8 months ago. My other son, I talked to him, the one who I gave up I talked to him on a conference call about, other than the conference calls when it's with the state, I haven't talked to him in 2.5, 3 years. The reason why, hey, I have structure, certain rules that is. And I sit there and laugh because even after all of this shit, you've seen me be a stand-up, I admit to all of my faults, even told them, hey, man, these are things that I've done wrong. I have no problem with that. But just give an example, like you've seen all the shit that their mothers have done to them. They still speak to their mothers. But the father who gave the structure and all like that, you saw what they did. Like literally, there's pictures of me and my sons on jobs. You've seen that. But unfortunately, I'm the bad guy and all the thing. And maybe in about 15 more years from now, I might see some stuff. But I'm the bad guy. Unfortunately, it's like I even told my son, I said, I love how your mother put you out, my oldest son. When you came and stayed with me, but they're like this. The only rule was, I don't give a damn. I told him, I said, you don't have to move out. Pick one bill. You're going to have to pay one bill in the house just because, whatever it is. I don't care what it is. You got to pay one. And when I say it like this, you got full reign of the house as if you are, living here. I don't care about your girl coming over. You can bang chicks, this and the other. I don't care. But you got to show one thing like this. I'm going to give you a leg up and you got to work, period. If you're not, literally, I got him a job with me. Immediately, my boss hired him immediately. But I was just too hard, he says. Now, I'm up here like somebody say, hey, man, you got free reign of the house. Because as you see, most of the time you see me, I'm in my room. Like literally, I was sitting up there. I'm talking to the guy next door today. I might rent a room from him. He's got like a rooming house where he just rents a room. And I might rent my house out because all I do is come home and go right in my room. And I'm like nowadays, it's just like that. The society has made it to where, unfortunately, is our kids have been programmed to where even when mom does anything wrong, she's always forgiven. If dad does anything wrong or anything that you frown upon, don't talk to him at all. And I've just noticed that. And I mean, like I've seen a lot of things that I've done wrong. Like one of the things I said, I tell you young people, you better die for your children. We don't need to change no fucking rules. Like we don't need no politicians in order. We don't need no rule law changes like this. You want to change laws immediately, just let them know, hey, look, tell your baby mama if you have a child now. And this is one thing I recommend to tell any person. Oh, fine. It's my kid. I'm seeing them 3.5 days a week. If not, nobody's seeing them. If not, you're not seeing them, basically like that. That's what you live by. The laws will be changed in a month. You live by that immediately. Because I see the damage. It's like that. Or don't have kids at all. Because this is the problem is with us men having kids right now and continue this stereotype, we are no better than the women who were breeding slaves. So we are, but now is when you have a young boy and you let him grow up in this thing like that, you're breeding another slave to this. So either say, hey, 3.5 days a week with me, period. I don't give a damn. Or you're not seeing them or don't have any. Because basically you just continuing this line down here and these children are just being, they're just being gobbled up by this. And you see, that's the reason why a lot of us can't get along when it comes to this. We're always looking for the one cure be all. And I'm like, that's the reason why the space is getting so attacked. Like, this space right here has created more stuff than you see. And like you see us, like damn near every one of us on this panel is a business owner or it's got some type of thing going for himself. And we say, oh yeah, we come together few and far. But back in the day, in the black community, it would be, we got to get online to find other people than us. Back in the day, we could have 15, 20 people on our street that could do it because we had a structure at home. We were working more together. You can do 10 times more. Even our unproductive black men can do 10 times more with a stable home environment. And that comes first. And I just see so many shortcomings. And like I said, I know that I played my part in some of the shortcomings we have. That's why you see, I've always been an advocate. Yeah, man, multiple baby maker. That's Judge Dre right here. Don't do what I did. You know, sometimes you got to take those L's so that you can protect other people. Take those L's, people.
That's right. That's right. That's a great answer. And I think that's what, again, there's no, I don't think there's a real contention here. I think everybody has to do their part and focus on what they feel needs to be fixed, and you know, continue in that vein with whatever expertise that you have. And again, if you have some business expertise, you do that, but you cannot just oppose that with this Booker T. Washington, Du Bois debate, bro. That doesn't work in 2023. You know what I'm saying? The polarizing aspects of different thought forms. You know what I'm saying? It's not, because again, it's back then, you know what I'm saying, that was then, but here now, you just got to put your idea on the table. You can't
Right.
necessarily say that my one idea is better than the other. You have to see from a business model which one takes. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Ideological debates, you know what I'm saying, and business in 2023 don't mesh. You
Right.
can't bring an ideological debate to a business conversation. You know, that's just not, it's just not happening.
And what's so bad is I'm not even gonna lie. Like, just give an example. The guy I'm working with tomorrow, we close on a house tomorrow. He's a white guy, much younger than me, much younger. I mean, I got him by, he's like 24, 23. But I've noticed one of the things he's got, like at me at the age, one of the things I've noticed with him, he listens to critiques and he's, hey, man, what you think about this? And he's like, well, good. I could use somebody like you. And I told him, I said, well, I'm going to just point out some things where I could never, and I hate to say that, I hate to give all this information to someone who's not black. But, hey, man, I pointed out some things that were totally 100. Oh, no, you don't do it that way. I got, just give you an example. I learned this from a guy who's got way more experience than me. And I worked, like I told you, I worked for him for X amount of years, and how much, you know, and immediately he just opened up, what, you got this? Okay, he's writing down notes. And I said, how the fuck can this white dude that just know me for 3 weeks listen to me more than my own fellow man can? And I said, what's so bad is, I'm gonna make him look good because he's got the access to the network with people with a capital. And unfortunately, a lot of white people will help their own kind with the capital. Well, fine. If you can make some money here, you know, well, go ahead. He seems like a go-getter. That's what they're probably looking at him saying that. But one of the things I noticed, he's smart enough to listen. And I mean, then he's asking me, well, look, I close on this house tomorrow. You done met me 2 weeks ago. Come over there when I close. Tell me what you see. Point out this. Like, I mean, think about it. You're sitting here managing properties and you don't know what an asbestos covered pipe is. I mean, like, literally, you understand what I'm saying? But hey, he's smart enough to realize that sometimes the person that knows more in that field, you better shut up. Hey, let me get this dude on a team. No, what can I do? Let me see. I'm putting him on. I don't know nothing about that, but I know this person does. I'm gonna get him on the payroll right here. And I sit up here and say, that's the bad thing is a lot of them can come in and swoop up our good black people to where it should be some of us. But, you know, I'm not going to not help him because he's white, but you understand what I'm saying? It's like, God damn, why do I keep bumping into them that listen instead of us? But we didn't have the home training to know to listen to another black man that knows more in certain fields. Because I hate to say, like, I tried to school the young dude there, and I still help the young dude that just got out of jail. And I try to tell him, look, experience and the wisdom, sometimes you just need to listen to. I've been doing this longer than you. Don't make mistakes that I did. You know, he's one of those ones. He want to populate the earth because, you know, with so many babies. I said, no offense, dude, I make more money than you.
Hey, but
and you sitting here popping out kid after kid.
Don't you think a guy like that is problematic, though?
Definitely. Who the other guy? The guy I'm trying to school?
The guy that's trying to populate the earth with kids. You know.
He got 4. No, yeah, I told him all the time. I said he's got four women. You know, they all in a poly relationship, all that crap. And I mean, what's so? I told him, I said, it's what's so bad?
All righty,
Huh?
Polly.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
four.
yeah, but the actually the big daddy, the father in the whole relationship is the state and not him.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, like two of them, and like I said, I'll sit here and laugh. Like two of the women got real good jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like I've helped him work on houses before, and I watch. He doesn't. Well, you just can show me once, and I do it. Yeah, but like I told her, I said we all got shortcomings, and I see a lot of yours is sometimes you don't like how that delivery is. You don't like how this. And I told him, I said that's problem. Like his mom, I went to his mom's house and I worked on his house on his mother's house with him. And then I was pointing out things he did wrong because he was trying to put tile down. And I was telling him, oh, you got to do it this way. You never do it this way because a crack could translate all the way through, this, that, and the other, showing him things like that. And like his mother started laughing. It was like, y'all two kind of funny because they go, and I told him, I said, well, I'll look at him as my surrogate son, you know. But it's like, yeah, she's like, wow, I've been telling them some of the same things. So sometimes it's like you can see that we just don't like authority when it comes to anybody knowing more than us.
That's a male. That's a male.
Yeah,
They take authority from females, unfortunately.
And I told her, all right. I said, we don't like, and I told her, I said, I think about it. I said, no offense, bro. But like, since you've known me for the year and a half, who have you ever seen me call for advice when it comes to working on a house? Now, I do admit, I've called other women. I've even called women. There's some women I know who admit, hey, I'm going to present this business option like this. Give me your opinion on that. How would you word it? Because I've noticed certain women I know have been in positions where they've been around a lot of people. How would you word this? Because I know that, hey, you're better good at relaying a message that way. So I'm going to use you in your department that you're good at. And I've told it sometime about, hey, how would you word this? I'm going to go ahead and present a business offer. What did you say? I always kind of like fake like I'm mocking it up to them. And then sometimes she'll come back, well, maybe you need to say this instead, point out this, that, and the other. I mean, and I've noticed that a lot of us black men don't want to take no advice from black men. I think that stereotype is just blazoned in us, even if it's not our mother doing it. I think it's like the TV and everything just does that. Right. Where I try to get, and I'm not gonna lie. Go ahead.
We are aware of this. We've been aware of this forever. And what I would encourage men to do is to adapt because we should be past we should be past the fact that the TV is on our side in any way, and we shouldn't at this point be asking for anything of anyone else. You know,
that's true. But the thing is, you have to unbrainwash people because they start getting these kids at 2 and 3 years old. So by the time they've been brainwashed, they have to reverse all their brainwashing.
I've already stated that the mentality needs a drastic change. So you know.
And that's but it's a slow process.
It's very slow process. Like I sit here and think about the problems that I even made, where I was sitting up here brainwashed, and I even allowed my children's mother to do some shit where I sit up here and think, God damn, nigga, you must have really been pussy whipped. Like when you sit back and think about that now, you know.
Yeah. I mean, pussy can be a very, very convincing thing, especially when it's good. But I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's many things that we have to do as men. And Rael, who was that trying to speak? Rael.
Okay, so I was talking to some Black Hebrew Israelites back in 2010. And no, not 2010, 2014. And it was in the West End, Atlanta. And I was in their little shops. I used to go in their shops and get my oil and soap I used to buy from them. And I said to them that one of my biggest problems with Black men is that when there's a Black man to show himself to be really competent, really forward-thinking, leader, capable of leading the group forward,
instead of black men getting on code and bolstering this particular man, um, there are those who will try to fight him for the leadership position who are not capable and who are not competent to be in that position. It takes a certain mindset to do that. And I said to them that I said it's funny. I said in my experiences with these white boys, I said they're different. I said the white boy will, as long as he's on a winning team, Kurt Rambis would just get down there and snatch 20 rebounds and be happy because at the end of the day, when they got them titles, he got a ring too. And we have a problem in our group with that kind of mentality. And these were older cats. These were dudes like 40s, 50s, 60s. And a couple of them was in their 70s. And when I said that, they said, you know what? That is true. They didn't argue. They didn't deny it. And one of the things that took me on this quest about Booker T. Washington was me trying to figure out where that came from. Because when you look back at this particular period, and I've just been able to just come across a wealth of information about Black businesses. We do not even have the full story of Black people's experience in this country without knowing the Black business aspect of Black people post-slavery and post-Reconstruction. We are missing a vital piece of our history, not knowing that. And I was so glad that I came across an encyclopedia by a brother on the history of Black business in this country, because it really illuminated a lot of things. Because when we look at these periods, a lot of time we haven't seen a lot of things to really be prideful about. But one thing that we can be prideful about is Black people's business acumen. Black people starting stock exchanges because white people wouldn't let Black people list Black products on the stock exchange at one point. Finance corporations that were started by Black women. Car racing associations that were started by Black men that I had no clue even existed. We have a whole untold story from the business perspective that really needs to be illuminated, because business is a creative endeavor. Even Farrakhan said it years ago, business is the science of life itself. He said because every creature from the planet takes what it needs from the environment to survive and thrive. And so to me, it was a journey and it was curiosity, because I had already knew a certain amount of information. So my thoughts were like, man, if Black people could build Black Wall Street, then what was the mentality of the Black people that went into building Black Wall Street? I was able to come across some great books that I'm going to be covering, dealing with Black people building towns, because it took certain mindsets to actually formulate those plans, to actually do that. I've been on panels talking about this stuff, and I've even had people kick me off about talking about Black towns when Black towns were centers of economic activity where Black people were able to actually circulate their money to a point in American history where the Black dollar stayed in Black hands longer than any other group's dollar stayed in their hands. So hold on.
Question.
So for me to find out this history, it makes me look at the present day and say, okay, now we really have the answers to really understand, because all of us have been bred or brought up with the mentality that, hey man, Black people are crabs in a barrel. You can't work with them. You can't do business with them. Black people don't help each other out. And I just wouldn't accept the fact that Black people were defective. And Black people were saying that Black people were defective. So finding out history allowed me to realize and see that Black people not only can work together, but Black people have a actual history of actually working together, which was the norm. Black people were more financially literate when they were the least educated than now when they're the most educated. And my great grandfather was a prime example because he had a sixth grade education and he had a contract with the Navy building things for the U.S. Navy.
But
So
what changed? What changed?
I've already detailed it. I've already
No, no,
talked.
no. Like if you had to name it down to one, like think about like that whole thing that you said. One thing that changed. They were in a structured environment and had family.
Jealousy. It was jealousy.
No, well, jealousy, yeah, but they were, like had a family, a structured environment at home.
Before that,
you can conquer the world with a structured environment at home. Like us people that, even though you say, well, I didn't come from a structure and you didn't come from, we're outliners, but we are the exceptions to the rule. When you got a structured environment at home, you can destroy more. We can destroy more racism and all that other shit if we got a structured environment at home. And I believe that that's the reason why there's so much push against to make it where Black men and women don't get together. Because once you do that, then these minority people like us become the norm. And that becomes dangerous. That's what creates the Black Wall Street. When people like me, you, him become abnormal. We are the outliners. We're the exceptions that went up here and made it. When you get 70%, even if you got 60% of us doing that, we would kill numbers. I mean, like literally, there wouldn't be, oh no, we getting the niggas. They would say, oh, some shit got to go down. We need something built here. No, we getting the niggas. Why is that? Because they do it. Kind of how like they sit up here and say, oh no, you want to get some money? We go to the Jews or go to these people. No, we getting the niggas. Why is that? Because that shit gonna get done. You know what I mean? Like literally, like we gonna turn niggas away. I thought niggas used to be a race. No, you better get them niggas over there to do it because that code gonna be written right. That program gonna work. That shit gonna be, why is that? Because they shit is thorough on point.
Let me read these super chats real quick from Gilgamesh. I really appreciate this, bro. Thank you. Good looking out. I have observed it in many of our peoples. I see it as a post-conflict effect where the endeavors of men have been shattered and has had its effects on the credibility, masculine agency versus the opponent. And he goes on to say in another super chat, I have noted it in other people, but they overcame.
They also have an intact culture from where they came from, whereas Black people are solely created here, and that's the problem that we're having. And that's why when you go back in the literature, you find the cultural patterns that have been with us since slavery, and that's the thing that people don't point out. They don't point that stuff out, and so when the books do point it out, the academics don't actually highlight it. They actually hide it. So we're here to actually point this stuff out. You see this that you're doing here with having multiple kids by multiple men. You did that back on the plantation. You did that coming out of emancipation. You did that in the 20s and 30s. You did that in the 50s. You're still doing it. Okay. So how do we go back and actually go in and actually tap into that so we can actually stop doing that? Okay. Same thing with the guys. How we go back and say you've been following your women, because in the Black communities ever since 1750, they've said that the Black family is a mother and their children,
Woman
right?
and child, right?
And basically the Black women are actually extra, right? How do we show that to people, show where it came from, how the intercedes where it's actually followed us all the way up till now, and actually showed that to them and said, okay, if you want to fix this kind of stuff and fix your Black community, this has to stop because this has been around for 300 years. Are we going to stop it? Okay.
Right.
Are we going to stop it? If you show that to the men, the same thing. Okay. Look, you speak like your women, you talk like your women. The women have been leading you for 200 years. Okay. When are we actually going to start taking charge? When are we going to have to put them behind us, right? Okay. How do you convince guys not to fall back? Well, we can't do it to the sisters. Yes, you can. Okay.
Yes, you can.
You can't make a choice. Okay. because I have too because I've had sisters I've been talking to. You have always one guy to intercede because you can't do that to the sisters. No,
Right.
she needs this correction. Okay,
Right.
she wants
Get
this
with the
correction.
program.
You have to get with the program if you want change. Okay, but you have to show
Mm-hmm.
it to them, right? I was just talking to somebody the other day, right, online, okay, about the tangle pathology that Clark talked about it, right? You see all the tattoos and the rappers and the thugs and women liking thugs like that. Clark talked about that back in '65, right, when it's tiny. And said, what did we not do? What did we not do back then that we could have stopped this stuff, stopped
Mm-hmm.
it in its tracks, and reversed it? Right. Go back to
Right.
the '64 bill when they put sex into the into the civil rights bill, right, to give the white women what the black woman's supposed to have. Okay. We need to go
Mm-hmm.
back and correct some of this kind of stuff.
Yep.
So when we go to the politicians, we go to the lawmakers, we go to the universities, go to whoever, to the business people. Hey, back in '64, the white woman's got our jobs. That's how the black families fucked up. That's how we had this big ass wealth gap between white and black, because you gave the wealth that was supposed to go to the black man that healed his family, you gave it to the white women, right? Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
did that. Okay, and you unfairly targeted black people, right? Even down to I just put this up maybe like last week, all right, where a white guy talked about neoliberalism and Ronald Reagan targeted black people, right? Southern strategy, neoliberalism, targeted black people.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we got drugs dumped into your neighborhood. You have all these people going to prison because they want to control black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
The white guy saying this out of his own freaking mouth, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you don't have to wonder about it. It's said out in the public, okay? You can actually start using this kind of stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm.
These are tools that you can actually use. So these are actionable things right now. That's recent, not 150 years ago. Right now that you can actually use, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's here for. I'm not saying that anybody doing whatever they research they doing and putting it out and putting information out. Hey, God bless you. God bless you. The thing is, my thing is, you only got this little bitty space, right? And by the grace of God, because Dre can tell you, by the grace of God, we've gotten this little bitty tiny space, as contentious as it is, because we've been infighting since the beginning.
Man.
This,
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's a miracle. It's a miracle
that we're still alive.
No one was still alive, but we're global now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Back when I was with Tommy,
yeah,
I never thought that the black people were our opinions would be like. I remember when I was first hosting the You Dig, and we was doing this. Hey man, remember, like I sit here and say, hey man, we don't do no personal attacks. But personal opinions are supposed to be attacked here. That was the whole, like, you go back and you can find one of them episodes, you say, but we don't do no personal attacks, but your personal opinion will be attacked and it's encouraged. Why is that? So that way you can see, hey, man, I might still want to go this route, but I might have to make some adaptations or different routes, or we have to get some more information before I go there. We're not trying to discourage you, but we're trying to see if it can hold up. And I mean, like, literally, I never thought that it would be as big as it is. And I'm like, to sit up here and say, this was before there was a black manosphere and all that shit, to sit up here and say this, wow, people are still doing that. Like, I remember coming home from work and falling asleep hosting streams, and it's like 15, 20 people, 10 people in the, that was during the Google Hangout days when it was Hangouts. Much, much better back then. You know, I loved it back then. And I mean, to even to show how they tried to kill it online, and then we were offline. Because the beautiful thing about Google Hangouts, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was some stuff somewhere to why they killed the Hangouts. Because the beautiful thing about the Hangouts, you made a Hangout and say 400 people joined, you could hit a button and contact all 400 at one time. Like everybody, boom, they was all live. So could come back. Like there was Hangouts that never ended. We made it so that way it was plenty of us that would talk offline. And I believe a lot more black people networked back then through that. And I mean, it killed me when Google stopped supporting that. And that was just a beautiful thing.
And that's wild. That's wild, man.
Yeah, I hit a button, like literally, I loved it. Like we had Hangouts that never ended. You hit a button, like literally, I used to keep that Hangout thing on the bottom of my phone.
Oh yeah.
You hit a button, you go in there. It's always 5 or 6 people, and then if nobody was in there, you hit a button, people gonna join. Yeah. And it's like cool. You know, the people that kept it on their phone, and boom, you kept it. Hit a button, your people. You was getting in touch with people. Oh my gosh. And I'm like, I wouldn't even be surprised if there's some racist person was probably sitting up here saying, you know what, these Negroes are getting together offline. They're actually building some stuff here. Let's go ahead and nip that in the bud.
with Discord, they still do it. The thing is not public anymore like it used to be.
Yeah.
They still do it. Yeah.
But I wanted to say this too. If everyone was talking, and again, Tara, I think Tara is an intelligent guy, and I think he's very important. His ideas are very important, and I think when he started talking about what his journey about Booker T. Washington and things like that. That's some great information. But what he has to understand is that Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois, they did not sum up they weren't the sum total of black business ideas. You know what I'm saying? Those were just two black men. You know what I'm saying? You have a whole world of ideas of black business outside of those two. So every discussion can't be narrowed down to one intellectual debate between two individuals. That does not encompass all of black people. You know what I'm saying? Nor encompass all of the circumstances surrounding what affects business. Because as we're saying, there's also some social engineering that goes into business. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about having customers and so on and so forth, understand social engineering goes into the family planning. That is in conjunction with business development. Businesses are looking at the amount of children people are having. They're looking at where people are moving to. You know what I'm saying? They're looking at the population boom and decrease.
And Booker T got a lot of money from white folks. Okay. A lot of money from white businessmen. A lot of money from black captains of industries, right? That's what the Atlanta Compromise was all about. They funded this stuff, okay? It wasn't all black money. In fact, most of it wasn't black money. So
especially back then, they didn't have to trust me. A lot of it back then.
A lot of it. There's pictures of him in the White House talking to these business people, right? But the thing is, they wanted a certain kind of black person because black people still did the work. Still, back then they needed black people for labor. That's like Garvey got chased out. Okay, they needed black people here on those sharecropping fields to actually produce goods and services and labor and crops for the white collective. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't let you go.
It was in their best interest too.
It's in their best interest. Yeah.
Hold on, I mean, a lot of people. It sounds all good and all like that, but trust me, a lot of white people ain't really doing too much. Because think about it. If you think about the racism and stuff now, think about it. Derek Chauvin kneeled on that man's neck for 10 minutes. Yeah. That was in 2020. Imagine what they were going to do 100 years ago. I mean, like, right. Them people wasn't doing that shit unless it was something in it for them. I mean, they were 10 times, racism was 10 times worse. We can only imagine what they were going through.
And no, but we don't have to imagine. You can look at all the stories of black businessmen who were hung because they had successful business.
That's not the conversation, though. That's not the conversation.
But no, what I'm just saying is, it's not the conversation. I'm just saying is what they had to go through.
That's not the conversation. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, because if that was the case, then black men would have never built shit. If that was the case, so
I mean, they were outlined.
They were actually encouraged to build stuff.
If violence was a prerequisite to not doing, then black men would have never built anything. What the point that I'm making is that, see, I wanted to understand the contention. So I went for the information that explained the contention that still exists. Now, Harold Cruz, in his book, Rebellion or Revolution, he highlights specifically what it really was. Because once you have the words of people like Du Bois, then you understand, oh, it was just some hating shit. Not anything that somebody made up. We're talking about their own words. And so for me, that brought a lot of clarity to the issue because I didn't know, because it was very murky of who started the NAACP. When I was finally able to see that, because again, Booker T. Washington offered Du Bois twice the opportunity to come down to Tuskegee and teach, because much of the social science research that he used to teach at Tuskegee was Du Bois's work. So he didn't have anything against him. He offered him twice the opportunity to come down there along with George Washington Carver. Okay. But the problem was with Du Bois, just like it was with Garvey, because again, many of the black people at that particular time were communist leaning and socialist leaning. If you look at the black press, for example, much of the black press was communist leaning and socialist leaning.
Mhm.
So the black people that Garvey was getting was the very black people that they wanted to get to. But they couldn't get to those black people because Garvey was making a better argument. So they did some really underhanded shit against him to move him out of the picture. But when the story has been told, the story is told how, man, these white folks railroaded Garvey. Nah. We gonna really give where the blame really supposed to go to, because they were very instrumental. They literally had a Garvey must go campaign. I mean, you can look up PBS documentaries on this shit.
But
So,
Rob,
I'm explaining it. So when you talk about people like Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, because you got to understand the nature of the environment in which this shit was happening. You had just lost Frederick Douglass, which was a big loss for black people, because a lot of black people, most black people, looked up to Douglass as a leader of black people at that time. So you had a major vacuum. So now you have black people post-slavery, post-reconstruction, trying to figure what's the direction of black people. So you had an existential conversation. Which direction do we want to go in? Do we want to go in the direction of agitating these white people, which is what many of the black people in the South were against? There were conferences that even Frederick Douglass was a part of, that black people pulled up on and told them to shut that shit down, because they were putting people at risk in the South, especially once the federal troops were removed because of the compromise, I think, in the 1872 presidential election. So that was the protection for black people. And even with that protection in the South, you still have black people was getting attacked. So there was a lot of black people. If you look at the Nation of Islam, for example, the Nation of Islam wasn't for the agitation of the civil rights either. They disagreed.
Hold on, but before you go to the Nation of
Islam, on, bro, I'm not finished, bro. Listen before you respond, because I ain't finished. So when you look at the environment, you have to take all of this into consideration in its totality. And there is a reason why people, even when I was in college, we talked about this, because I took an African American political thought class. That's why people are starting to revisit Booker T. Washington, because they're starting to realize, hey, maybe what he was talking about wasn't so bad after all. And you got to remember, the accommodationist piece, which basically have people looking at him as a sellout, comes from Du Bois. It was a cheap shot. It was a low blow, because when you call a black man accommodationist or sellout, you're basically saying he has no loyalty to black people, but you're also challenging his masculinity. Okay. Now, of course, any black man is going to have a problem with that. But it's not like Booker T. Washington was fighting him. He offered him the opportunity. And you also have somebody like Du Bois, who sat on the Negro Project, which was Margaret Sanger's project that eventually became Planned Parenthood. And we know what that's done in black communities. So if you're gonna push back, make sure you actually know what you're pushing back against.
Okay, yeah. So my point is not about a pushback whatsoever, because I'm always willing to learn. But my point that I made earlier, this idea of a trifecta of Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, and Garvey as a business brain trust, right? Like these are the only men that you got in it. That does not work. What I'm saying. There's a large. What I'm saying is that I don't have no problem listening to what you got to say. What I'm saying is I can't just listen to you talk about just these three individuals without giving information of a wider context of things that are going on that's outside of them. These
I
were
just
not the only influencers of business in a black business in America. So what
I
I'm saying
literally
is,
just gave you the context. I
okay,
literally just gave you
again. That's great that you give me context for these three individuals. What I'm saying is that the idea that this trifecta, is the only thing that black people were relying on for their business acumen. What I'm telling you is incorrect.
It's
Is in
false.
is incorrect to rely just on these three
And
individuals to teach business. To teach
Hold
business.
on, Ian, hold on,
and how does it apply? How does it apply
Ian.
today in 2023?
Do you
How does
know
it
anything about the National Negro Business League that was
how does
started?
it apply today in 2023?
Hold on. Ian, do you know anything about the National Negro Business League?
No, I don't.
Okay, I do. That was started in 1900. The
I
National
didn't
Negro.
say it, but we're not talking about the Negro Business
Hold
League.
on. I am
What
talking
again? But
about.
see, that's the problem. You're not responding to what I said. What I
Let
said
me respond
is
to what
that
you
these three individuals.
said. Hold on. Can you please just let me respond? Because I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah. Okay. Go
The
ahead.
National Negro Business League was started by Booker T. Washington. You
Okay.
Booker T. Washington actually wrote a book that was called The Negro in Business. There was a conference in Atlanta with Du Bois and John Hope, who was the president of Atlanta University. They had a conference called The Negro in Business. So you notice I'm giving you names. Now, the National Negro Business League was a business consortium that was started by Booker T. Washington to bring together the business talents of black men and women, because you have women in there, because you had Madam C.J. Walker, who was a part of the National Negro Business League too. That was brought together to help black people learn business. You had chapters in 34 states in the United States. You had black chapters of the National Negro Business League in 34 states. They had pamphlets and things that they produced to go into black communities to teach black people about business. This is the reason why Teddy Roosevelt took that model and formed the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which is the largest business organization in the United States. So if it was good for the white man to use it, I know damn well it's good for black people to use it because it's still in existence to this very day.
And what does it do?
The black, what you mean? What did it do?
What does it do now?
Hold on, the National Negro Business League.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had banking associations that came out of the National Negro Business League. You had
Okay.
insurance associations. You had different types of business associations that came out of the National Negro Business League that
Okay.
instrumental in helping black people. When I say from 1886 to 1934, you had 134 black-owned banks come into existence. One of the reasons why that was possible
What
because you
does it do now?
the
What's it
National
do
Negro.
now? What does it do now?
You still have black banks around to this day.
What does it do now?
What do you mean? What does it do now?
What
They
does it do
still
now? No.
they're in-
What? There's still. We never heard of them. What do they do now?
you ain't looking for them. That's why.
What do they do now? We should. They've
The
been
same
around 100.
thing
They've been
that
around 100 years. We should know them.
the same
What
thing
they do now?
the same thing that the bank that you bank at does. They do the
Mhm.
same
No, okay. So how come they're not known? What happened to them?
because black people ain't looking for them. That's why.
They don't have to
If you
look
were
for
that
'em.
good, you would know people like know about you. It's kind of like, what have you done for me
Uh,
lately?
that's not true.
It is true.
That's not
Right.
true.
It's true.
It's like, what have you done for me lately?
They,
Citizen, hold on.
they still know about Tuskegee.
Citizen
Right.
Trust Bank, which is a old black bank, is still in
Mhm.
existence.
That bank ain't got no fucking money, bro. What you talking about?
What? So in other
Hold
words,
on, hold on,
what does
Ian.
it do now?
Banks make money though. Do you know how banks make money? Banks
Yeah,
make
for
money
loans.
off of taking your deposit and investing that money.
No, banks don't make money off of
Yes, they
people's
do.
fucking deposits, bro.
They
Do
make
you
That's
money.
what I
really
said
know what
before.
They make
Your
money. They make
money,
money off of
your money
loans.
is a deposit, ain't it?
They make money off of loans.
All loans, and not deposits. Trust me. They use
Bro,
that.
come
They
on,
use
man.
your deposits as leverage on
Yeah,
loans. Trust
for
me.
loans. Yeah, they do.
That's
Loans.
what they're making money off of, leveraging your money for loans.
In other words,
And
It's,
and
it's,
hold on. Okay.
right. They got
hold
to
on.
loan out money.
In other words, you said it's been around 100 years. He started it, right? It's still around. Okay. What does
Mhm.
it do now? Okay. I mean,
Right.
how effective is
So
it?
if black people want
How effective is it now? Okay.
It's not effective. That's why you don't hear
That's what
about
we
them,
want to know.
unfortunately.
hold on. Do we not agree that if black people take their money out of black banks and put them in whites, that would affect black banks? Are we understanding that?
Yeah, we are understanding that, but one of the things. Wait. I'm gonna tell you. Listen. The reason why that black people won't take their money out of white banks and put them in the black bank, right? Is because they haven't been making the dividends on the returns. That's the reason why.
Well, most
And
people.
unfortunately, wait a minute. You asked a question. I'm answering. You got it.
You got a
Why
list.
you
You got a list.
look? It's
You
not.
got a list.
People don't care about white,
You
black
got
when
a
it
list.
comes to money.
Deposit
At a
usually
time.
a savings account or a checking account. That's
But
not.
listen. I'm gonna explain it to you. People don't give a shit about. Well, I'm gonna explain it.
Right.
30 seconds. People don't give a damn about if it's a white or black bank as this. When it comes to business, it's competition. If that white bank gives a better return, they're gonna put the money there. Like, well, plain and simple. It's just what it is. I understand that you say you want to go, but when people are damn near broke and living hand to mouth, they care about the return more than anything. I understand that it's real nice to do it that way, but a lot of people are hand to mouth. They care about the return.
Are you saying that when you make set up a checking deposit, a checking account, that
Mhm.
you're in an investment? That's what you're saying?
Well, what do you think? When you put your money in a checking account, it is an investment. The bank can use that as leverage to do that. And they charge, the fee, where back in the day, where now the banks charge you money to have your money in the bank. But back in the day, you got returns you got interest.
I do.
The bank can use your money for investment. You're just depositing for safekeeping. That's two different things.
It's two things that go hand in hand, though.
Yeah, but
they go hand in hand.
The thing is, what I want to know is about that organization. How effective are they now, today, 2023? That's what I want to know.
Okay. Again, like I said
What have they
before,
done?
you have black institutions. You have them. That's the point.
That's not the question I asked.
They wouldn't be in existence, would they?
That's not the question that I asked.
Do I know the balance sheets of these banks?
No. In other words, projects. Do they have projects? Do they do outreach? Do they have money? Do they help? Hold on. Let me finish my question first. Let me finish my question first, sir.
I'm going to answer your question.
Right. Let me finish it first, okay? Okay? They have projects. They have outreach. Do they have investments? What do they do now? How effective are they now?
There's a black man who has one of the most successful banks. I forget his name. It's an internet-driven bank. He's an older guy, and it's very successful. And he said one of the biggest issues that black people have as it relates to money is that a lot of the older generations are keeping a lot of the younger people from engaging in the business world and holding them back. The president of the American Colleges of Financial Services is a black man. Alonzo talked about this early when he first started coming around. And they even said that they want to get more black people in the financial services arena. They have had outreach. See, if you're in the business world, especially when you know about sites like FINRA and the American Banking Association and things like that. If you read about these things, you will know what's going on because you're in the know because you're reading it.
Yeah, okay, again,
You know it because I do.
the institution that you mentioned, right, that's been around for over 100 years, right, that you talked about, that Booker T. Washington started, that's been bragging about. Okay, fine.
What have they done?
What is it? No, what we know what it's done. What does it do now? Almost 100 years later. What does it do?
The same thing that the mission it was set up for, to bring Black businesses together.
Are they effective?
Evidently not.
How are they not effective if they're?
I'm asking you. I don't know. That's why I'm asking, because you brought them up. You haven't answered the question yet.
Right.
You have Alonzo Herndon's insurance company.
Okay.
That he bought for, I think Alonzo said when he bought that insurance company, he paid like $140 for it.
Okay.
It became $1 million insurance company.
Did they help him buy it?
Still in existence and is still successful.
Did they help him? Did they help him buy it?
Did who help him buy it?
The institution that you're talking about. Did they help him buy
it? If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I don't know if he was a part of it, but
Okay.
he actually was he used him and his friend. They were barbers.
I'm not asking about him. I'm asking about that institution that you mentioned. I haven't got an answer yet.
I'm saying to you,
that's not the question that I asked, though.
Right.
It's not the question that I asked. You
haven't answered the question yet, bro.
It's not important. Black businesses are not important.
No, but just answer the question, please, man, so we can move on.
To be fair, Gyogami has made a comment.
People are complaining about white people. I won't say no more about business at all. That's fine. We can keep just doing what Black men have been doing, which is practically nothing, and we're gonna get the best results doing that instead of actually learning.
Okay, so you're not gonna talk about business. So, but my thing is, again, I like hearing what you have to say, right? But all I'm saying is, can we open up the conversation away from a debate between Garvey, Du Bois, and Booker T. Washington? That's all I'm saying. I don't understand what the problem is.
Sure, right.
These shows always claim somebody. I mean,
in other words, if they're still in existence, they still help people, they're still effective, do a show on them.
Right. Also point out some things that they did that we don't know. That's all.
But let me read Gilgame's comment, which I was trying to do. Apparently it is still the largest network of businesses and entrepreneurs in Black USA today, judging from their websites. They help finance Black businesses.
So that's the point of information. In other words, how do you connect what Booker T. back did over 100 years ago to what's still in existence? How can we actually leverage what they still do? Connect the two dots.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not necessarily making a connection because unfortunately he's trying to beat up on people and saying they don't know enough about business, and then using that as some kind of carrot.
What I'm saying is we're trying to help connect the dots. In other words, you know something, you add information. The thing is, there's a disconnect between you and the people. Okay,
right?
Okay, they don't know about this company or why it got started. They don't know what it does now. Tell people what it does right now. How does this help you? Okay,
and people don't realize that sometimes there's this. Not like we sitting up here. You got to realize a lot of people are living hand to mouth. They ain't got enough time to sit here and do 5-6 hours of research. Sometimes if you just, hey, look, man, people in the manosphere say this bank right here is doing this. I'm gonna go check it out. Hey, man, I just put my money there. I mean, sometimes just say, hey, this is what they're doing. They're over here. They're helping Andre build a TV factory. They're over there helping BGS start a networking company. They, like say some things. Oh, well, good. I mean, you don't realize something when you just say something specific. Hey, man, they help Andre build a house up there on Lee Road. I mean, literally, people can just be like, fuck it. Hey, BGS said it. RL said it. Dre said it. Hey, I'm just going to put my money there. Why is that? Because my nigga said it. That's all they need.
Or they will contact them and say, I got a
Right.
business proposition. Where do I go to actually get this stuff off the ground? But they've been around 100 years. Maybe they can help me. We don't know.
Right.
Okay.
But when you don't say nothing, people like, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of people need the cliff notes because a lot of people ain't got enough time for that. And then like you say, hey man, I know they helped this dude. My friend of mine got a friend they helped here. They did this. This is what they did. This is what they did. I don't know the exact details, but they helped this dude, that dude. And 3 of my dudes that's cool said they go with them. That's why I'm going with them. Why is that? Because 3 of my boys did. That's good enough.
And that's good enough.
I mean, you don't realize with black people, hey, they say help 3 of us. Hey, help your dude. You help your. Oh, well, fuck it. I'm going with them. Why is that? Hey, man, my dude, I trust him. He pretty cool. They said they helped him. I'm going with them. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, do a history of if you have that particular business or that particular institution, do a history of it, where it came from, what it went through, and what does it still do now? That's what the question I asked. What does it do now? Okay,
right. And you can't say nothing. That doesn't always look good when you got people who are advertising to take those same people.
But that's what I'm saying. He's not.
Right. He's not saying that. Right.
He keeps going back to niggas just don't care about business. Like, yo, man, that's not how you sell this shit.
Well, the thing, okay, but you want them to care about business. How do you get them to care about business?
Right. You got to sell it to them.
Another one, how do you get them to actually care about business? That's why you're here. Otherwise,
you got to sell it. I tell people all the time, you got to sell it to them. And so, a lot of times, black people will follow you if you can just show them 2 or 3 things. I mean, how many times have you tried like a new wine just because 2 of your boys said it? People will do that. Just all you need is 2, 3 people in a group. We will go. I mean, think about it. Y'all dumbasses go out and buy everything else just because somebody put it in a rap song. So niggas will go flock to it if you can get 4 or 5 people can point out, yeah, man, they help this, and this, and lay out some bullet points. Come on,
it's unfortunate that he left because that was not at all anyone's intention for him to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Right. We weren't trying to beat up on him.
I was really enjoying.
Hey guys.
I know you got to be at. Yeah, I know.
Listen up. Grown people make grown decisions. Okay. I try to establish an environment that anyone has a place here on this channel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is what it is. We are different people with different opinions and different viewpoints. But one very, very, very important thing is that that I like to highlight. It is black men getting our perspectives out there, and that's the one thing that I can appreciate from anybody that comes on this panel. So,
and we're trying to give them constructive criticism. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to beat up on them.
Nobody trying to beat up on you, man. I appreciate like if you could have laid off some bullet points.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to push a narrative that he's being beat up on. Everybody comes up here. We share our thoughts. We share our views. And, I would like for it to be to where everybody can get out what they need to say. So, I mean, that's cool. But, hey, look, this plane got to land.
Okay. All right. All right. Thanks for the time, Kev.
Well, man, definitely BGS, and man, look, yeah, everybody continue being y'all. I don't, I said, I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Everything is done out of respect around here, so I don't hold any kind of grudges or animosities toward anyone. Not me. So, however motherfuckers interpret things, it's just that we're all grown ups. That's
hopefully we can clear some of this stuff up, man. I'm tired of this stuff circulating.
Yeah.
We're not trying to attack anybody. We're not against you. Okay.
But here's the thing: is like a lot of people are gonna keep going with that little content that it is like the thing is because of the resolve of this space, it did take us a while to respond to it, and I'm not saying that we should always pay attention to it. Mm-hmm. The one thing that I stated like earlier is that we seem to be their celebrity. So
yeah, it seems to be. Huh?
Yeah. But anyway, any final thoughts?
Gentlemen?
Yeah,
Well, the thing,
I got,
go ahead. Go ahead,
I
E.
got my final thoughts is, the brother Rael, he got some good information, right? And he talking about he know all of this stuff, but he keeps going back to a minute debate. You know what I'm saying? A small debate between two individuals, and the fact is those individuals were not completely diametrically opposed. They might have disagreed on some points that got blew up, but that doesn't mean that they were completely antithetical to one another. You know what I'm saying? So, and then, my issue was when he keep bringing up Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey ain't even in the fucking conversation of this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm getting confused. I'm like, I'm just trying to give constructive criticism, bro. You little all over the place, going from Du Bois to Booker T and back to Booker T, and then throwing Garvey in whenever. Like, yo, man, you gotta clean that up just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you gotta add in the black farmers to that shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So yeah, I land there.
yeah, yeah. The thing is, that's the kind of help that they need. The thing is, how do you connect? How do you connect with your information with the people? Okay, what he just did with that one institution, right, is an example. Okay, this is where they started. This is what they did back then. What did they do right now that can actually help you? And Gami actually went and found it. Okay, that's how it can actually help you. They still do the same stuff. Who are they? How come they're not known? How do we contact them? That's what people need. Okay, it doesn't matter if they're 100 years ago, they're still around, but nobody knows about them. That doesn't do anybody any good. Okay, how do you contact these people to actually learn from them, or connect with them, or people that they're associated with? That's what people need. Connect the dots. That's all I'm saying. You actually probably get more people following you that way. Okay, well, Ryle said this company's been around 100 years. Let me go contact these people. Hey, Ryle, give me good information. Actually help me out. Help me start my business. That'll spread. Other people will actually start coming because you give them actionable information. Okay, instead of theory's fine, but things grounded into people's everyday lives. That's what you need to do.
Okay.
That's
Right.
that's my that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, give I'll say that this give bullet points because a lot of us here, I mean, most of us are working way too many fucking hours. A lot of us don't like literally. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have time to really read books. Like it's a book I want to ask you about. Two BJs. If you read that, oh, he dropped off. It says like, white man, please stop helping me. Anybody read that book? I'm gonna have to get it on audio form because I'm working too damn much. A lot of us do sometimes. If you really want black people, they kind of need the short version. I understand that, but a lot of these people you want to get your point across and you want to get people to give a movement. Don't be scared of a question. Just, hey, man, I need the bullet points. Hey, they did this, and this. Go over there and fuck with them. That most black people just go off that. That's enough information right there. But when you say, go do some research, oh, fuck, never mind. You know, if you really want to get a lot of black people to really form and join the movement, you really got to do that. I mean, think about it. They put it in a 3-minute song, and niggas will flock to it and turn them into billion-dollar companies. Go ahead.
Okay, Chaos Rain just got up here. This will be a first statement, but unfortunately, if I mean, and Chaos Rain does this all the time anyway. He'll come in on the tail end. So, I mean, that's just Chaos Rain being Chaos Rain. So, what's going on, my brother?
Yes, I always come to tail end to bring that extra chaos. I just pop out of nowhere, and they fucking hate it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't hate it, sir. So you go ahead
I know,
and
I know, I know. I know. Um, Not a good show. I love the smoke. Everybody's roll up their nice blunt, smoking away. And saying it's time to destroy a nigga. I'm gonna let him know what's on my mind. I'm gonna cuss you out. You know,
Yeah.
Kev. Like I said, this is a daily routine. It's needed. Y'all niggas need to show up more often. To black men, brutally honest. The only channel that's being real honest, and we have these uncomfortable discussions. Actually, Kevin has these uncomfortable discussions, and
Okay.
he's not afraid. All right, that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a hell of a compliment saying I'm the only channel that's honest, but it's like, I'm quite sure that there's other channels that have been quite factual, in their content. I would say I'll put one out there, Green Gorilla. so, uh, and the Black Brain Trust. I'll say them too. I extend a salute to them too. But yeah, okay. Here's my final shit. Goddamn, I created the smoke show. It's awesome. It's a great thing, and it will continue from week to week. This is about us as black men and our perspective. This is the place to be and the place to do it. And I have to, we all have to understand that not everybody's going to agree. This space right here, especially on this channel. This is not as much as people would like to say it's not an echo chamber. It really isn't. The goal is accomplished every time I cut. Every time I open up a YouTube broadcast, is that the black man's perspective is getting out. And I mean, like, and with anything I say and with anything any of you say up here, people are allowed to feel the way they want to feel and to say what they want to say. It's just that my thing is with black men, I just hope that you're ready when it does happen. It just, whether you leave this place feeling some kind of way or not, you left this place feeling something. And that's one thing I do appreciate. So yeah, so anybody feels any way about the screenshots that I showed tonight, just be you. I mean, seriously, but these kinds of things I've been observing has been said for like years, and just for people like myself that are in the space that we refer to as the Black Manosphere. um if it ever becomes about me, I'm gonna respond if I feel like it's worthy of a response. And for the content creators that I referred to personally tonight, then just have that knowledge that you were worth the response, because there are plenty of content creators that do that fucking bullshit that aren't worthy of response. you know, and they would so like to be that content creator. They would so like to be that person that actually gets a shout out when they say some bullshit. So I don't know, man. It's like so far with these smoke shows, everybody that comes up here, like they got smoke for each other. But it's like, damn. I guess I have to do some real smoking, like outside of this. Just fire it up or whatever. Because I mean, shit. I come to these motherfuckers chill, man. I don't come here all hyper and shit. I mean, sometimes I can get a little bit, just say what the fuck I got to say. But hey, if you're a content creator, that's your God given right. So, um, smoke shows they're getting better. I'm gonna continue to do it. And for you guys that are in my chat like right now and are continuing to come here and thank you very much. Thank you. So yeah, Gilgamy, yeah, you putting out some gems. You put some gems down there, bro. So I mean, yeah, yeah. That's why I was mainly like I was highlighting everybody's comments and such, but yeah, you were pretty much answering the questions that were being posed, and anybody could have did any amount of that. So so that's what this place is for, in on the panel and in the chat. And yeah, as a perspective. He said, "Nightish, what is that perspective? We are clearly not a monolith." I mean, it's. I mean, there are different perspectives. There's my perspectives. There's Rael's perspectives. There's BGS's perspectives. Uh, and any other content creators like Judge Dre, who came through. Big Kev came through earlier. I mean, we were all giving our perspectives. So there, we're not a monolith. We are, I agree with that. We're not all supposed to agree. This isn't supposed to be an echo chamber. It would feel weird otherwise if it was. So yeah, I don't know if Gilgamy has a channel. If he does, yeah, I would certainly like to subscribe to it. But yeah, man, he seems like a reasonably intelligent man, so I would recommend him doing content creation. Or if he just fine jumping on panels and leaving very intelligent, well thought out comments in the live chat, then he has done as much for this channel as anyone has done. So please, like that's what I call support. That's what I call support. Oh, there's another. He has another super chat. Hey, yeah, man, I really appreciate it, Yogami. For real. He said, "You and Rael helped me learn. I help in return." All right, awesome, awesome. I will take that. I will accept that. So anyway, Smoke Show Diet Fuckery is now in the books. Thanks once again, all of you super chats, leaving your thoughts in the live chat, and also, leave, maybe if you're part of the replay gang, leaving your comments in the comment section. Yeah, I would really love to know what all of you guys think. I mean, even some of the doubters and some of these quote unquote detractors and haters. Yeah, let's just all just throw our thoughts into the hat. It'll make for very interesting content, and I'm all for that. So anyway, there it is. There it is once again. The end of another show. And I know some of you are sad, but come back for my Ike versus Tina review tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be a fun one too. And I mean, like, don't think there is going to be a one-sided perspective. I'm a pretty objective person anyway. So there we go. Thank you. Like I said, once again, long live the habitual line steppers. And with any of you out here, when you don't give up, you win. And winning does feel good. So peace out.